Advisory committees have played an important role in shaping programs and policies of the federal government. The Hanford Advisory Board's role is to provide policy-level advice and recommendations concerning EM site-specific issues such as cleanup activities and environmental restoration, waste and nuclear materials management and disposition, excess facilities, future land use, and long-term stewardship, risk management, and communications and outreach. I appreciate your attendance today, and I look forward to the Hanford Advisory Board's development and submission of constructive, actionable policy-level advice on Hanford cleanup. Welcome. Ground rules, yes. Usually it's a privilege of the chairperson to talk about ground rules. I get to talk about ground rules today, so it's my privilege. On your card, your placeholder card, they're there for a reminder. One, listen carefully, honor the guidance of the chair and facilitator. Today it's our facilitator. Be respectful and assume all participants have good intentions. Minimize sidebar conversations in the room and in chat. Mute yourself online and leave the room if you must answer a phone call.
So let me give you an agenda review. Mike and I are tag teaming the meeting because the first thing we're going to do today is elect and select your chair, vice chair, and national liaison. So normally the chair is helping us out, and we're going to get through until you have that selection made. So today we're going to do elections. You're going to have an update from the operations work group that is working to find ways and make recommendations to make the HAB work better and dispel some of the confusion that we're currently working under. You're going to have updates from the tri-party agreement agencies this evening. Chris Sutton is going to give you an overview into the advice that's being developed on cleanup priorities. You'll get an update on the membership package for the next cycle. And in addition, at 2 o'clock, you'll be able to have conversation with the new regional administrator for EPA, who will be with us in person. What questions do you have about the meeting today and tomorrow? Anyone? Your agenda next has, it's an administrative thing. We managed to get behind in adopting meeting minutes from both board meetings and committees of the whole. There are a number of reasons for that, which really aren't worth debating at this point. Under your operating ground rules, it says that the chair can certify meeting minutes. My suggestion, since we have 5 of them to go through, that instead of taking the time for you all to comment on all 5 of them here and now, that we offer you the opportunity to read them, consider them, and get us your input by February 1st, and then ask your incoming chair to certify them to get us all caught up instead of taking valuable time now. They were emailed to you in the packet with the agenda. We also have a handful of copies on the back table if you want to look at them in hard copy. But with your permission, I'd like to suggest if you can give the facilitation team your comments about making them as accurate as possible, and we can ask your incoming chair to certify them, and then we will be caught up. Is that an acceptable path forward? Okay. Any objections? I see thumbs up. Cool. Are there any announcements that you all want to share with the group? I have one. Yes.
Just a comment. I did review all the minutes, and I wanted to compliment whoever puts those together. They do it. It's a very detailed, great job.
That would be Josh, who's hiding in the back of the room taking notes. He's our technical writer, note taker, and keeps us on the rails. Pam.
I just have a question and I'm not sure where to ask it, but on our calendar for the year, it indicates in February 7th and 8th that we have a committee meeting placeholder. Are we having committee meetings on the 7th and 8th of February?
We are working on agendas for both the PIC and the Tanks Committee on the
Okay.
7th and 8th.
Okay, thank you.
For those of you involved in committees and during HAB business tomorrow, we will ask all of the committees for their requests for either meetings or calls or IM team support. So if you want to get on the calendar, we will make sure to ask you that tomorrow. The announcement I have is more of a historical thing, because in 1994, on January 24th, 25th, and 26th, that would be 29 years ago, basically today, the first HAB meeting was held in this room. So I don't know if that's a happy anniversary or a happy birthday, but today is the day and the room is the room. Right. I'm going to suggest we keep moving and move to the elections. Number 2 on your agenda, top of the second page. I'm going to ask, Lacey Mancias is the person on the facilitation team that has been tasked with overseeing the election. And I'm going to ask her to talk about the voting process and where we are. And then we'll move into a couple of the other activities. Lacey?
Yes, okay. Do you want to just switch the slide to the process? Um,
There we go.
okay, thank you. So I'm going to explain the process for voting. So if you would email me at lmancias@slind.net, which is up on the slide, and please include your name, seat, and candidate preference. And if you are in the room, you can fill out the ballot. We will be passing those out and then return the ballot to me. And then all emails and ballots need to be turned in by 2 o'clock today. And so again, just email me and bring your ballot to me. And our current nominations right now are Susan Coleman for HAB Chair, Mia Burke for HAB Vice Chair, Jan Cottrell for HAB Vice Chair, and Pam Larson for National Liaison. So I'll turn the time back to you, Ruth.
So what we're going to do in the time allotted here is open nominations from the floor if there are additional nominations. Have time for any and all of the candidates to share their thoughts with you and for you to ask any questions you have of the candidates. And then I wanted to clarify, the board elects the vice chair and the national liaison autonomously. Who you elect is who you elect. The process for chair has a couple of extra steps. The HAB recommends who they want to be if their chair. That goes to the TPA agencies, and then DOE actually appoints the HAB chair. So there's a little extra thing that happens with the HAB chair. So we call it elections, and that's how we run it. But just know for the chair, there's that extra step in how it works. And we've talked to the agencies about expediting that process of approval so that the terms of service for the PPU select today will be February 1st, 2023 through January 31st, 2025. They are all 2-year terms of leadership service. Questions about the fine print? All right. Rob, you have a question?
You might describe the duties and expectations such as national meeting attendance and other things of the positions.
Rob is asking to an explanation of the duties of each of the positions.
So they are fairly substantial as listed in your operating documents. In the interest of time, rather than paraphrasing, I'd request that you take a look at those documents and consider that more fully. You okay with that, Rob?
Yeah, I was thinking.
Yeah, thank you, sir.
All right. So at this time, I'd like to open nominations from the floor for any of the three positions that are open: chair, vice chair, and national liaison. Are there additional nominations for any of those positions? All right. Starting with Chair, Susan, would you like to make any comment?
I don't really have any comments prepared. If anybody has any questions, I'm always willing to answer any questions. Anybody that's talked to me knows that I'm always willing to talk. If I elected, I am willing to serve. I have 2 years. I just got renewed for my 2-year term, so I'll be around for a couple of years. And looking forward to continuing to work with you guys.
Right. We have two candidates for vice chair and wanted to offer them an opportunity to speak if they wish. Mia?
Hi, everyone. I'm Mia Burke. I am a recently appointed board member, but I have been regularly observing HAB meetings since August of 2021. And I just wanted to let you know I'd be happy to share my background, but I shared it in a previous meeting. So I'll just say that I bring a fresh perspective and energy to the HAB. And I value that the HAB creates a space where differing perspectives can come together and work through the very important process of reaching consensus. And I look forward to building relationships and encouraging openness and trust, as well as collaborating with all of you and the agencies to address the challenges that are posed by Hanford Cleanup. So thank you all for considering me.
Jan, would you like to say some words?
Good morning. Of course I would. So I've been serving as interim HAB chair since last summer, and I have considered that to be a privilege. I think that Susan Coleman will be an excellent choice for HAB chair. She works diligently at our work. And I have seen this because recently I've also been on the HAB working group, which is a smaller group that includes the tri-party agencies, members of the HAB, and the facilitation team. And I can say that we have progressed towards a new set of documents for the HAB that needs to go through headquarters approval and tri-party agency approval. And I have been actively involved in that process and look forward to continuing to do that in the capacity of vice chair. I think it's very important that we manage to put together a document that is valid, up to date, a document that reflects the kind of work that we do and the way that we do it, which, as by now you've probably figured out, is fairly unique among the various committees throughout the nuclear complex in the United States. So I look forward to continuing to serve you and ask you for your vote. Thank you.
Right. Pam, you're our candidate for national liaison. Would you like to say a few words?
Sure. This position is relatively new to the HAB. I think, created with Shelley Simone's interest in being engaged in national level issues. So I'm retired. I was the executive director of the Hanford Communities for 25 years. And in that capacity, it was my task to work with the elected officials of the 4 cities and the 2 counties in this region to keep them up to date on what was going on at Hanford and help them engage with the Department of Energy and the regulators to share their views about the environmental cleanup of the site. I also represented the city of Richland on the board of directors of the Energy Communities Alliance for that same period of time. That's an association of the cities and the counties at all of the EM sites across the country. A couple times a year, meetings are held at the various sites. So I've had a chance to tour the facilities, meet the local community leaders and regulators, and to keep track of the issues that are common to all of our sites. And particularly sites where we would like to send waste in the future. We have some transuranic waste that needs to go to WIP, and we have some other waste that hopefully can go to Texas. So in my role as liaison, I have kept the HAB informed about what's going on around the EM complex. We compete with those other sites for funding. So it's important that we understand and respect where they're coming from. We fare pretty well in that competition, which is of some frustration to the other sites. So I have enjoyed serving as national liaison, and I would like to continue in that role for the next couple of years. Thank you.
Thank you. I was remiss in a couple of housekeeping items, so we'll do a cha-cha, one step back, and then we'll move forward. If you are joining us remotely online, please use the chat as your virtual sign-in with your name and your organization. That not only helps us track who's in attendance, which is a record-keeping requirement under the Federal Advisory Committee Act, it also helps us spell your name right when we're doing the minutes. If you're in the room, hopefully you signed in at the table when you came in. If not, please do so. We do record HAB meetings, so there's an audio recording going on, and those recordings are posted on the Hanford website. So you need to know that our conversations are being recorded. And I apologize for not telling you that earlier. If you want to speak, because we're going to have questions right now, if you are online, let us know in the chat that you want to speak, and Lacey will put you in queue. You will see in chat, it literally is the letter Q and a list of names. That's how we do it. If you're in the room, you've got a name tent like this, and if you stick it up on edge, that's what tells us to put you in queue. So with that, what questions do you have for any of our candidates? Anyone? Pam.
Jan, would you share with the board your experience in committee leadership on the HAB? I think that's important to understand what your engagement has been. Thank you.
Thank you. So I have been on the HAB since 2014. And during that time, I have served as the vice chair of the RAP committee, the River and Plateau Committee, and then subsequently the chair of the River and Plateau Committee. And then I went back to being vice chair when Tom Cecilia was elected as the chairman of the River and Plateau Committee. So during that time, I guess 3 terms of leadership on the RAP, which allows one to be a part of the annual leadership conference so that you can help to plan for the upcoming year. So I've attended at least 3 or 4 of those leadership conferences over time, where there's another one upcoming, I think in May, is that right? June. So those are the kinds of activities that leadership provides. Thanks.
Other questions for the candidates? Yes.
Thank you. Jan, my understanding is you're rotating off the board at the end of September. Is that correct?
Yes, I'm term limiting out. Right now, I was public at large for a number of years. And then I became the alternate to Susan Leckbend for the League of Women Voters for Washington State. And at that time, she was the chairman of the HAB. And so I functioned as really primary for the League of Women Voters since she was running the group from the front. So during this time when we have been going through our term limits, our reorganization of the HAB, no longer can we expect to be reelected. We have now term limits that we did not have before. So my term will end at the end of September, but also a very important deadline for the working group will also be at the end of September. And that is putting together this new operating document, which if I were to serve as the vice chair, I could be actively involved in making sure that the new operating document accurately reflects not only our current operating rules, but projecting our rules going forward. And I would really like to participate in that.
Thank you. If I could, excuse me, ask a follow-up. Succession planning in leadership is important for every organization. And we have a choice here between succession planning, bringing somebody kind of new and getting them up to speed on one hand, and on the other hand, you're being succeeded as chair and you would be setting in as vice chair and help that transition. So there's kind of two different models there. And I wonder, we'd like to have your perspective on new and upcoming versus the transition that's currently happening in the HAB.
Well, that's a very wise question to always be planning ahead. And I agree with you that, in the best of all possible worlds, all the terms would end at just the right time. Mia has come in and has amazingly volunteered for every committee and IM team. She is going to be actively involved in getting information and learning and getting up to speed. I think she has been included in the leadership meetings, and I am perfectly willing to mentor her in whatever way is appropriate. It's just that we're kind of in an interim time right now when I'm not even really sure what the rules are regarding election succession. But certainly Mia's interest in serving in leadership, I think, will be unabated. So if it means having another election in September for either, a kind of an understanding that we're going to have alternating offices, or whether she would be serving out a term that I clearly am not going to be serving out. I think that there's some interest in trying to work out the math for that kind of stuff. But right now it hasn't been done. And I can't answer your question fully because of that. But I certainly appreciate your anticipation of that.
I have two people in queue. I have Lorene and I have Michelle. Remember, if you're online, let us know in chat. If you're in the room, you can see the name cards go up. Lorene?
Yes, thank you. My question is, being that we do have someone new coming in that is offering their, their service in this capacity, why confuse, the election process? And I guess my understanding of this would be, we should just elect, the person that's going to be here for the full term and not have, this cutoff date of someone serving. So I think it would be beneficial maybe if, if your expertise were to continue, being that your term ends at the end of your term, then just have it be like maybe possibly a volunteer capacity to assist the individual that's actually in the role, and that would continue. That way you'd get the best of, we'd get the longevity of your service versus, having to determine, how, because like you said, the election process is a little, up in the air as far as how things would continue. So that's just my thoughts. Thank you.
So I've got Michelle, Todd Meyer, and Tom Galiotto. Michelle?
Thank you. I was just looking for clarification. Jan touched on it a little bit, that it doesn't sound as if we have some clear rules as far as how succession happens in an officer position. If a position is vacated early due to a job change or an end of term appointment, I just want to clarify that that is something that is not defined at this point.
We have, there are a number of documents that guide how the HAB works, and the operations work group is actually working through those to find gaps and things that aren't clear. The current process actually calls for nominations and elections in the fall of a year, and for the HAB leadership to take office at the first board meeting of the next year. And so all three positions in the current documents all are on the same 2-year schedule, the chair, the HAB chair, and the national liaison. What happened was when term limits were enforced more consistently, we ended up losing both our chair and our vice chair at the same time in a very short period of time. And so part of the discomfort is we didn't see that coming. And there was a delay in getting people appointed. So there was a series of events we didn't plan on. And so we are actually, by some miracle, almost close to the schedule that we normally would be on. We didn't have the election in the fall, but the new leadership taking into their roles early in the calendar year will put us back on that track, and the operations work group will make sure that things are much clearer going forward. So I apologize for this discomfort. We're just walking through it.
Sure, that's okay. So the just the other clarification for me was, are the elected terms, so the officer terms, 1 year or 2 years? I know the terms of office are 2-year terms, but.
So HAB appointments, your appointment letter you just got are 2-year terms.
Mhm.
The HAB leadership, chair, vice chair, and national liaison are also 2-year leadership terms. If those two things don't line up exactly, the appointment terms are the primary calendar, if you will.
Mhm.
Committee chairs, which is a different issue, committee chairs serve for 1 year,
Okay,
but HAB leadership is a 2-year term.
okay, thank you.
All right. I've got Todd and Tom, and then looks like we're close to voting. Todd, you're online.
Good afternoon. Let me just say that Tom and Todd wait for no man. So thank you. I just wanted to say that I was invited to consider running for one of these positions. This is my very first official meeting as a member of the HAB, so that's great. And I decided not to do it because institutional memory is very important. And so I feel like I need to learn. So I appreciate the logistical challenges of potentially having another vote. But from my standpoint as a new member, I would love an experienced team holding my hand for the first year and having that institutional memory before we transition. So I want to make sure that we don't lose sight of that, because when you lose when you lose institutional memory, you lose a lot.
Thank you. So Tom, I've got you next. Michelle, do you want to jump back in queue or, yeah, the hard part is remembering to put your card down. So I've got Tom and then I've got Alfonso. Tom?
Thanks, Ruth. Going off of one of Jeff White's first questions regarding term limits, wonder if Pam could explain, are you governed by some term limits that are going to affect this election? Or if not, why not?
I represent Benton County, and there are seats that are identified in a certain document, the convening document, or I'm not sure what the name of it is. But the local government seats are not subject to term limits if the appointing entity chooses to keep the person. And the Benton County Commissioners have written to the Department of Energy to explain that they want to keep me for another term. So that's where we're at. And it's local government and a couple other seats have that provision because of how the board was created.
Right. Alfonso? Hug that mic so that folks can hear you.
I guess I should turn it on too. First thing is, part of my question was just answered, but my other one is, when were these rules decided? Term limits? Honestly, I would like a clarification on the term limits for an appointee. Second is the government side appointments. Why would they differ than the other appointments? And I guess my other question would be, aren't you just weakening this board's influence and capacity when you're setting these term limits and you're setting these leadership roles to coincide? So you could have somebody totally green that has never sat on a board come in and try to be a leader. Well, all said, good and done, but as I forgot, it might have been Tom mentioned that I would want somebody that's had experience in it to be our leader, even for a fraction of the time. And I'm not judging or saying anything bad about anybody running right now, but it doesn't make any sense, or common sense for anybody to come in and say, hey, I want to be a leader. Never been a member of your board, but today's my first meeting and I want to be a leader. All good said and done, I'm sorry, I'm not going to follow that person. I'm going to follow the person that has a history. I'm going to follow the person that's been here. Whether it's been a year, 2 years, 30 years, whatever. They are the ones that have that history, that influence, and have dealt with Hanford as a Hanford Advisory Board. Even now, I come in here questioning the influence that we have. And I'm sure I'm not the only one. Because some of the comments are revisited day in, day out, day in, day out when we come into these meetings. This is my third meeting here. I'm hearing some of the same things at the beginning of the meetings. We should be moving on. A lot more action. And that's my comment and questions.
Thank you. So Jeff, I see you're in queue. I've got Gary in queue. I have a guess that Gary wants to speak to some of the earlier questions. I want to remind you that the focus of this agenda item is voting for HAB leadership. And I know there's an intersection with term limits and packets because that's part of the story of how we got here. I don't want us to go too far down that rabbit hole because We do have an item tomorrow to talk about membership packets and that sort of thing. So I realize we're sort of in the gray zone. Gary, there you are.
Thank you. And I'll hit on only a couple of those points because many of them are also spelled out in the application documents and in the manual that we're working on. But the two items that I really want to point to is that leadership positions are more meant for people to kind of be shepherds of the process. They're not expected to be subject matter experts. So just throw that out for consideration. The other is term limits. Term limits are not, exceptions to term limit applications are not guaranteed. We have 3 people who I am putting up for term limit exception requests in this next packet, but they are not guaranteed. So I just want to throw that out for consideration and clarification. Everybody's input is very important, and the intent of term limits is to help bring in more voices and particularly reach out to maybe some underserved communities. But when it comes to term limits, it's not guaranteed for any seat.
Jeff, did your card go down or?
No, I think Gary.
He answered, okay. And we are going to talk about the membership packet tomorrow. So if a question comes to you overnight, there is a time for that. I don't see any more. Lacey, would you please remind us about how we're going to vote?
Yes.
So we get it counted right.
Yes. So email me at lmancius@slin.net and then fill out your ballots that we will pass out, and please return them to me at the break. And please get those to me by 2:00.
The hint, everything goes through Lacey when it comes to elections.
She's the lock box.
Yes.
Yeah. So Esteban, can you not see the screen? Oh, a PowerPoint with the names. Oh, I don't have a slide with the names.
I can
would
put
you
them
go
in the
over
chat.
slide? Put them in the chat?
Oh, yeah, but I'll say them again. I'll say the nominees again, and I'll also put them in the chat, Esteban. It's Susan Coleman for HAB Chair, Mia Burke for Vice Chair, Jan Cottrell for Vice Chair, and Pam Larson for National Liaison.
So one ballot, whether it's email or paper, with your selections for those 3 positions. And if you could return those all to Lacey by 2:00, which is the end of the break,
I think you get it.
that will help her do the counting thing while we do some other things.
Just one more reminder is that there's 1 vote per seat. So if you are an alternate or your primary, it's just get together on your vote for your seat. Oh, sorry. I also should say, when you email me, please put your name, seat, and your candidate preference.
Right. And the reason for the seat is if by accident, both a primary and an alternate vote, we can only count 1 vote, and it helps to know what seat you're with. Jan.
So someone sitting next to me asked, are we going to get the ballots if we're in the room, or do we? Yeah. Okay. So those are coming, right?
Yeah, that's right. So my suggestion is that we start our break a few minutes early and that we come back at 2:00. So you have time to get your ballots, get your votes, send your emails. And at 2:00, we will be joined by the new regional administrator for EPA. So come back at 2, please.
Because that's Brian Gunn. I forget which of the.
Okay, in a spot of humor, we actually have asked the hotel to lower the temperature in the room a little bit. For those of you who weren't here the last time we were here, it got a little chilly. So we will.
It was 35 degrees Fahrenheit.
It is never boring in HABland. Next up, we have an opportunity for you to hear from and you to discuss what's on your mind with the new regional administrator for the Environmental Protection Agency. Region 10 covers Alaska, Idaho, Oregon, and Washington. He was appointed last May, and we are pleased to have him with us today to talk to you about what he's doing and listen to what is on your mind.
Great. All right. Well, good afternoon, everyone. It's wonderful to be here. I'm joined by the members of our EPA team here, based here in the Tri-Cities, and also my senior advisor, who's I don't know where Abby went. She's hiding someplace, but Abby Hook is here, and Calvin Torada, our Superfund manager. Kira is here as well as part of our remedial branch. So there's a lot of EPA in the house this afternoon, and we're delighted to be here. Me in particular. As was said, my name is Casey Sixkiller. I am the regional administrator for EPA Region 10 and joined in May of last year. This is my first trip to the Tri-Cities, but in this job, but not my first trip to the Tri-Cities. My grandfather actually was a chemist at Hanford from 1957 to 1966. My mom and her siblings grew up here in Richland, although then eventually they moved to Yakima where she went to high school, and I still have family there. So I like to say that I've spent quite a bit of time over here throughout the years visiting family and family friends, but it was really wonderful to be able to actually go out on site today with DOE and our team and see the site for myself. So delighted to do that. And I understand this is the 29th anniversary of the founding of the HAB. And so I want to say congratulations to you. That is an accomplishment of itself of keeping this group together. And of course, for the work that you all do, not just in coming together and sharing your thoughts and observations and concerns with the federal government and others, but also for the work that you're doing out in the communities that you represent on helping to share the information about what's going on at the project. And that's really important. It's a very important part of the work that we all do. And it's certainly the work that, I look to advisory boards to do, is to not just be the voice representing yourself, but really going out and being able to bring us the information, again, from the communities that you're here representing. That's how we do our work better. That's how we make sure we're answering the questions that you all have. And as appropriate, we're making adjustments to the way that we do our work to ensure that it's meeting the feedback, responding to the feedback from the communities that are impacted by this work. So I've been very much in learning mode this morning. My brain's a little tired. It is warm in this room, so thankfully I've got coffee here to make sure I stay perked up. But I thought maybe I would offer just some high-level comments as we get started, and then really turn it over to you so that again, I and the team can hear directly from you. I joined EPA at a pretty historic time for our agency. We're 52 or 51 years young. But in the time that I joined, our budget tripled. So I like to tell my EPA colleagues, you're welcome, that this is the impact I've had since I joined. But really, between the bipartisan infrastructure law and the passage of the Inflation Reduction Act last year, our agency's budget really has tripled. And we are now able to, make really historic progress and investments and a whole wide range of priorities across the country, and especially here in Region 10. I think importantly for the work that we do here in the Hanford area is the bipartisan infrastructure law provided $3.5 billion in environmental remediation for the Superfund program and reinstated the Superfund tax. So now we have, obviously for those areas where we don't have a responsible party or others who are footing the bill for this really important work, we now have a way to ensure that those communities that are impacted by CERCLA or come under the CERCLA umbrella, we're able to make progress on remediating and returning those sites to them as well. Some of you may have heard environmental justice is a huge priority for President Biden, for my boss, Administrator Regan, and certainly for me as well. We are changing the way, trying to change the way that we do our business at the agency. And that's, not only in our DNA, but also in the strategic direction. So how we approach our planning process, how we think about where we're making decisions, and really how we're investing the resources that we now have access to. And so, under the infrastructure law, 40% of those resources are supposed to be targeted to communities who historically have been underserved or underrepresented in other decisions and other investments across the country. We also created in November a new national program office. And in bureaucratic speech, the EPA is kind of organized by all of our major environmental statutes. CERCLA is one, air is another, water is another. We now have a new office of environmental justice and external civil rights that will have a presidentially appointed and Senate confirmed leader, assistant administrator to lead those roles for us here at the EPA. And that's important because our environmental justice program under the Inflation Reduction Act went from $30 million to $3 billion. So having accountability and transparency and making sure that we have a more holistic approach across our agency and having a leader of that caliber helping us through that, I think is really important moment for us. Just last week, we announced $100 million in grant opportunities for environmental justice. So these are targeted to community-based organizations and other communities to, begin to learn how to access resources from the federal government. So these are technical assistance grants, capacity building, and other opportunities for community-based organizations to sort of make sure they've got their, they have all the skill sets they need to compete for other federal funding opportunities that are coming down the pike over the next year, including, over $2 billion in implementation grants, again, for environmental justice focused activities, of which the range of things that could be funded under that umbrella are very, very broad. Of course, we're here today to talk about Hanford. And I think all of you know that, Hanford, our work at Hanford and the cleanup is going to extend for a long time. Obviously longer and more costly than was anticipated. I just want to assure you that while the EPA may have granted extensions to the project or elements of the project along the way, we have certainly not compromised on the quality of the cleanup. And again, it was really helpful for me to go out today and see just the scale of the efforts that are going on site. I'm proud that a vast majority of the river corridor is being cleaned up to levels safe for all future uses, and almost all of that cleanup work has been done. Obviously we continue to prioritize finishing the river corridor soil and groundwater cleanup to protect the Columbia River. This includes finishing the complex cleanups of the K basins, which we got to see today and drive through and around and see how soil is being cleaned up, seeing the cocooning of, is it K East? Went into the mock-up of the 324 building. Otherwise, maybe we'd be glowing if we hadn't, if we gone on the real thing. And then, of course, talked about the 61811 burial ground. All work, obviously, that it's, occurring simultaneously. EPA, I think, has rightly focused on the protection of the Columbia River by making early cleanup decisions on the groundwater cleanup in the Central Plateau. We also got a chance to see this morning up front and firsthand is the pump and treat operations, that are working to clean up the groundwater contamination by past productions and of course, protecting it, that contamination from reaching the river. We're also focusing on the cleanup of soils in the Central Plateau, including the cleanup of 10 waste sites in the outer area over just the next year. We're working with, obviously, the Washington Department of Ecology on their efforts to renew the on-site-wide RCRA permit, which will ensure future operations at Hanford protect human health and the environment. This is an incredibly complex permit. I think at last count, it's over 9,000 pages or something like that. But I can assure you that even in my few months on the job, I've already had several discussions with our team and the Department of Ecology and DOE about our joint efforts to see that permit get over the finish line. I think, as you all know, that permit will incorporate all units on site. So there are very clear and enforceable operational requirements that apply site-wide. EPA also continues to support ecology and DOE efforts to find a path forward on the test bed initiative. This effort aims to test whether certain low-activity mixed tank waste can be treated and disposed of in a safe way other than through vitrification. And for all of our work at Hanford, EPA places a very high priority on working in concert with our tribal government partners. I don't know if any of the tribes are represented here today, but I was really pleased to hear on our tour this morning about some of the more recent efforts by DOE leadership here on site to do tribal consultation and engagement, sort of at the certainly as the tribal council level, but also in staff to staff, and making sure that resources are available for the tribes to have that scientific analysis and other access to the work that's going on here. And I'm hoping to hear more about that as well. I should have mentioned in my introduction, I'm very proud of the fact that, as far as I know, I'm the first Native person to sit as an RA in Region 10. It was mentioned that Region 10 is not only Washington, Alaska, Idaho, and Oregon, but it's also home to 271 tribal nations. That's half the tribes in the United States are here in Region 10. So I think I bring a little bit different perspective maybe than some of my predecessors, and that's not a criticism. It's just, lived experience and having worked with tribes throughout my career and advised them on public policy and other items. So anyway, it's really wonderful to see tribal members here today. A really great example that I was briefed on actually of these efforts is our work with the Yakama Nation on the 100 BC area record of decision. For those of you that don't remember, that ROD represents more than 2 decades of hard work and the removal of over 3 million tons of contaminated soil from the 100 area, and provides for additional excavation, treatment, and disposal, monitored natural attenuation for contaminated groundwater, and institutional controls for soil and groundwater as well. I have to tell you, given the amount of work that we're doing throughout the region, or Region 10 that is, working with tribal nations on contaminated lands, many of those lands of which were transferred to tribes, especially in Alaska, that were contaminated. Being able to put down markers like this, where we're working cooperatively together, is really a testament to not only the tribal leadership, but I think to the commitment of the federal agencies as well to make progress. So thank you to Yakama Nation and others who contributed to that. And with that, I'm going to pause and see if folks have comments or questions for me. And if I can't answer, Dave's here to help fill in the blanks. He didn't know that was his role, but I'm nominating him for that role today.
You've been voluntold. The original concept here was to actually go through the HAB membership so you get a sense of the diversity in the room. We can do that, or we can just open it to questions. Do you have a preference?
If folks would be willing, it'd be really nice to at least do a quick round of introductions and
okay,
make sure I understand. I mean, I have the list of everybody, but that's I'm here in person. I'd much rather meet everybody.
Right. Let's give you some faces to go with the names. So what I'm going to propose is I'm going to take the roster here and do it by category so you can get a sense. This is a board of interests. And so when it was originally put together, it was put together with seats that were sort of clustered around different perspectives that could come to the room. And we always put public at large last. So we're going to put them first. So we have a number of members who actually don't represent an organization or an interest. They're public at large. So Susan Coleman, you're here?
Yep, all the way here. Good afternoon. I'm Susan Coleman, and I am a public at large member. Been on the board for a couple of years, and I try and reflect what I see and hear going on around the Tri-Cities area, as well as further into Oregon, Washington, and Idaho.
All right. Larry Haler, are you with us? Okay, if you're online, ping us as well, because we have How many people do we have online? We have 29 people online, so there's a whole chunk of people we're worried about too. Chris Sutton. Show
Chris
us-
Sutton, Public at Large. I was a member of the team that closed down the DOE site at Fernald. Spent several years over at Sellafield in England and have been here, worked here for 10 or 11 years before I retired. And being on the Hanford Advisory Board, I've been concerned with funding and budgets and spending and things like that.
Martin Valdez, are you with us? Esteban, I know you're online. Can you unmute and introduce yourself, please?
Yes, Esteban Ortiz, Public at Large. I used to work with Washington Conservation Voters, no longer, but been involved with HAB since last year, and definitely would like to hear the administrator when it comes to environmental justice priorities that the EPA had just announced, because I know a lot of the Spanish-speaking community is aware of what's going on at the Hanford site, but yet, they're still wanting to get more educated when it comes to in the Spanish language.
Thank you. Loanne Ayers, are you with us? Or Timothy Kovas?
I think it's on now. I'm Tim Kovas. I'm public at large. I work for the Washington State Tree Fruit Association. So when you look across the Columbia River, you see a bunch of our members with their trees. Prior to that, I worked for about a decade for Congressman Hastings, former Congressman Hastings.
We have two seats that are from universities, the University of Washington and Washington State. Are any of our representatives from universities with us today? We also have two seats from the state of Oregon, the Oregon Hanford Cleanup Board, as well as the Oregon Department of Energy. Our folks from Oregon, would you like to introduce yourselves?
Yes, thank you. Jeff Wyatt, representing the Oregon Hanford Cleanup Board. I just joined the Hanford Advisory Board a month or so ago. My background is in project management engineering, largely with Chevron. I managed 2 Superfund sites in EPA Region 4 and a big RECRA closure in California a few years ago. So kind of bringing some industrial experience to the board.
So you're saying this is all new to you? Those are,
Max.
Yeah, thank you. I'm Max Woods. I am an assistant director at the Oregon Department of Energy, representing the state of Oregon and particularly focused on protecting the Columbia River, which is just 30 miles or so from our communities downriver. Thank you for being here too. Appreciate it.
We have 3 tribes represented with seats on the board: the Confederated Tribes of the Umatilla Indian Reservation, the Nez Perce Tribe, and the Yakima Nation. Mason, are you online? Can you introduce yourself, please?
Yeah, I'm actually on the phone and online, but my name is Mason Murphy, and I'm CTUR's Energy and Environmental Sciences Program Manager and an alternate on the HAB.
Right. Christy or Jack, are you here from Nez Perce? Don't think they're with us today. Lorene, would you like to introduce your crew from Yakima?
Sheikh Patchway, Inkdashwanik Tinamt, Ikushyapuanik, Lorene Contreras. Good afternoon. My name is Lorene Contreras. I'm the program administrator for Yakima Nation Environmental Restoration Waste Management. I serve as the primary member for Yakima Nation, and my role in serving in this capacity is to, go back, I guess, communicate the information and the concerns through HAB to our elected officials and work with our internal program, cultural and technical staff in making sure that compliance and regulations are being followed out at the Hanford site. And I have here today with me my project tracking resource analyst, and I will let her introduce herself. And welcome. Thank you.
Good afternoon and welcome. My name is Rose Ferry with Yakima Nation Environmental Restoration Waste Management Program. And I do have to do a little add-on to your BC story. With the help of EPA, Laura, actually, big shout out to Laura. Her and I worked several years together on getting Department of Energy to really start doing the appropriate cultural review that they needed to do for these final records of decision. The BC is the first operating unit that will see a full Section 106 review on that final record of decision. And I think Laura and I struggled through this for probably about 5 years. And so a shout out to her and the EPA for supporting Yakima Nation in this endeavor to try and actually have that happen. I had to give the shout out.
I believe we have McClure on the line as well. McClure, would you like to introduce yourself?
Sure. McClure Tosh, Yakima Nation, ERWM. I'm probably the reason for some of the gray hairs in Dave Enan's head since I've worked for with him for years on different Superfund sites. But I am the Natural Resource Injury Assessment Lead, so I work a lot on the natural resource damage assessment process, but also do work upside, providing any technical assistance I can for Yakima Nation. Glad to meet you.
All right. Originally, the HAB was chartered with 2 seats under local and regional public health. One of them is currently filled. Dan, would you please introduce yourself?
My name's Dan Strom.
Hug that microphone.
Okay, sorry. My background is spent a career in radiation protection. Worked at the lab here for 24 years, 2 of which I spent at Chernobyl working on the new safe confinement. And my specialties are radiation risk assessment, radiation protection.
There are 5 seats under what we call regional citizen, environmental, and public interest organizations. And they're a diverse bunch. Todd Myers, would you start by introducing yourself?
Yes, thank you very much. I am Todd Myers with the Washington Policy Center, where I am the environmental director. I've worked in environmental policy for about 2 decades, previously working at the Washington State Department of Natural Resources on little issues like old growth and spotted owl. I now sit on the Puget Sound Salmon Recovery Council, trying to help salmon recover. So that's what I do.
Jan, would you please introduce yourself?
Good afternoon, sir. My name is Jan Cottrell. I represent the Washington State League of Women Voters that promotes small d democratic processes in a nonpartisan fashion. So I did work on the 100 BC advice that the HAB provided several years ago, really in cooperation with EPA and Laura at that time, so in her previous life. The last time I had a close association with the EPA Region 10 was when I worked for the Customs Service at the frontier border in Blaine, Washington, where I was appointed to work on a cross-border emergency response plan for Region 10. So that was pretty interesting with the Canadian emergency response organizations.
All right. Alfonso, I don't see Amber here. Would you like to introduce yourself?
My name's Alfonso Contreras, member of Heart of America Northwest, just a concerned citizen over the processes and happenings at Hanford site.
Right. I think both Jessica and Simone are on from Columbia Riverkeeper. Would the 2 of you please introduce yourself?
Hi, I'll go quickly. So I have to run a lecture starting in 2 minutes. I'm Jessica Block. I'm at Heritage University, environmental science professor, and also the director for the Center for Indigenous Health, Culture, and the Environment. I'm here representing Columbia River Keepers, and it's nice to meet everyone.
Simone, I believe you're on as well.
Hi, yes. So my name is Simone Anter. I'm a staff attorney at Columbia Riverkeeper and our Hanford program manager. So Riverkeeper is a nonprofit whose mission is to protect and restore the Columbia River and all life connected to it from the headwaters to the Pacific. And as I'm sure you know, Hanford is the most toxic site in the Western Hemisphere, and lays along the banks of the Hanford Reach, which is a pretty special stretch of the Columbia, the last 50 undammed miles of the river with critical spawning habitat for endangered Chinook salmon. And our organization was formed initially because of community concerns about Hanford and the threat it poses to our environment and people. So thank you for being here today.
The last organization in this category is Citizens for a Clean Eastern Washington. Denise or Todd, are you with us? We also have a seat for local environmental interests that's held by the Richland Rod and Gun Club. Jean or Paul, are either of you with us? Right. One of the things that's unique about this board in the complex is we actually have seats on our board that represent the workforce, the people who are actually out there doing the work. We have two primary and two alternates who represent non-union, non-management employees. Jacob, Rob, Leslie, Tracy, are you here to introduce yourselves? Yes.
Hi, Rob Harmley. I'm with the.
Hug that mic if you will.
Oh, there we go. There, that better?
Yes.
Okay. With the non-union, non-management employee group. I currently work at Bechtel with in support of the VIT plant construction and commissioning and operations. One of my hats out there is the WTP enforcement coordinator. A good part of my background is in actually nuclear power plants, operations and engineering.
Right. Leslie, Jacob, Tracy, are you with us? Hanford Challenge is also in this category. Mia?
Hi, good afternoon. Thank you for coming today. My name is Nia Burke, and I'm program manager with Hanford Challenge. Hanford Challenge is a nonprofit based in Seattle, and we work closely with workers, insiders, and whistleblowers who work on site at Hanford. And we also perform a lot of education and outreach, either through schools and universities or just the general public, translating Hanford materials into more plain language so the public can understand what's going on in cleanup.
We also have two seats from the unions on the Hanford site. One of them is currently vacant. The Hanford Atomic Metal Trades Council has both a primary and an alternate. Rebecca or Jeff, are you with us today? All right. We also have a seat for local business interests. Tom, would you like to introduce yourself, please?
I'd love to. I'm Tom Galliotto. I represent the Tri-City Development Council, which is TriDec in the area. We're responsible for working with the local community and the local governments and businesses to bring in new business development for growth of our community. This is my 8th year and final year on the Hanford Advisory Board. Originally, I started as a public at large. Now I'm representing TriDec. For a decade, I worked directly at the Hanford site, primarily at the N reactor and the 300 area, and actually fabricating fuel for the N reactor when N reactor was running, and a couple of decades in the commercial nuclear industry as well. I was in my work at N reactor and Hanford in general. I'm sure I was involved in one way or another in creating some of the waste that we're now trying to clean up. So I have a vested interest in this as well. So, thank you.
Right. And the last 7 seats on the board are local governments, both cities and counties. Steve Anderson, would you please introduce yourself?
Yeah, hi, thanks for being here. My name is Steve Anderson. I represent Grant and Franklin County, 40-year Tri-Citian resident, interested in Hanford cleanup. I've supported on a subcontract level through a company I managed called Meyer Architecture and Engineering for nearly 30 years, and still like to make sure things get done and have an active interest in helping do that. So thanks for being here.
The city of West Richland. Richard, you're online. Would you please introduce yourself?
So Richard's maybe not online. I'm John Smart. I'm the new primary.
Oh, thank you.
But
Thank
that's
you.
okay. Richard and I sort of play back and forth. And since he didn't answer, I'll go ahead.
Yes, jump in.
Yeah, my name is John Smart, and I am here representing the 17,500 citizens of West Richland. I serve in City Council position number 1. A strong majority of our population households are employed at Hanford. I think it's over 60% either at the Hanford site or PNNL. And personally, I have a background in environmental sampling and radiation detection. Thank you.
Thank you. Bob Thompson, would you please introduce yourself? Let's get you off of mute. Oh dear. Bob, can you unmute yourself?
Can you hear me
There you
now?
Yeah.
Yeah, so this is Bob Thompson, still struggling with technology. I represent the city of Richland on the advisory board. I am a citizen now. I guess the only thing I seem to understand is I've been living in the Tri-Cities my life, and now, boy, that's getting into the 7th decade of life. And I have a vibrant interest in trying to do what the board is supposed to do, which is advise EM on its cleanup mission. And so I look forward to further discussions. Thank you.
All right. We also have the city of Pasco represented. Rob?
Welcome to our meeting. Thank you for showing up. My name is Rob Davis. I'm represent the city of Pasco. I report to the city council and the city manager. My background has been in the nuclear industry. I'm sure I contributed to that waste out there for many years. Been involved in everything from research on fast reactor fuels to reprocessing, lived in Idaho Falls for a few years, did the Nevada test site, put in the climax test where we've got spent fuel bundles, part of the spent fuel handling and packaging programs. And then I worked to build some nuclear plants. And then last few years, I was a principal research scientist for Bechtel on selection of materials for the building of the WTP. So as a materials person and a scientist, I bring the perspective in, which is probably too technical for much to go into, but I do feel comfortable about technology and what we can do and how we can clean up the site. And I'm probably on my last couple of years on the board, been on it for a long time. But I really think that I would still like to contribute to helping and clean up that waste out there. It's very important to me. Live in my state of Washington all the time. So thank you for coming.
Our seat from the city of Kennewick is currently vacant. Michelle, would you like to introduce yourself and your organization?
Sure. I'm Michelle Holt. I'm the Executive Director for the Benton Franklin Council of Governments. We're the regional planning agency, the Metropolitan Planning Organization, and the Economic Development District for Benton and Franklin counties. Currently, we work with the EPA on a Brownfields Coalition Assessment Grant, so thank you for that. That's been a wonderful tool for us to help our communities. Personally, my interest and service for the HAB, I come from Eastern Idaho in a 3-generation family of nuclear reservation employees. I worked briefly at the Advanced Mixed Waste Treatment Facility there. However, I'm new to the HAB here, representing our local governments and our planning efforts.
All right. And our last seat on the board is from Benton County. Pam?
Thank you. Thank you very much for coming. I am recently retired, 3 years ago, and previously I was the executive director of the Hanford Communities. So it's my task to keep the elected officials of our 4 cities and 2 counties informed about Hanford issues and help them engage with the Department of Energy and our regulatory agencies. Also served on the board of the National Energy Communities Alliance. And it's an exciting time with cleanup and what's been accomplished. And I'm glad you had a chance to go out and see it, because it's hard to understand without doing that. So I appreciate your time in doing that, and look forward to continuing to work for your local fantastic staff. Thank you.
Hopefully that helps put some faces and names and interests together. This board operates by consensus. They rarely vote. So for you to see them vote today is unusual for them. So when they work on consensus advice, it is more than broad agreement when they advise the tri-party agencies from a lot of different perspectives. We've got about 20 minutes left before the airlines are going to claim KC-6 killer. What questions do you have for him? Lorene, is your card up? Okay, so Lorene, Tom, and Rob, we'll put you in queue, and Pam.
Thank you. As a representative and a tribal member of the Yakama Nation and program administrator for the ERWM program that works on all the Hanford issues and such, I'm sitting here very humbled because I've actually been reading through, some of the history of my ancestors. And so, to kind of give you a timeline of the Yakama Nation, and the reason that I'm sitting here in this room is due to, the need to protect the natural resources, cultural sacred sites out at the Hanford area that the Yakama Nation had ceded over to the government, and, during the Treaty of our 1855. So going forward, I'm hoping that, our treaty rights are going to be upheld and acknowledged within the Hanford area. It's been over 70 years since our tribal members have been able to go out and participate in what was, their traditional practices in the area. And knowing that, the contamination, because, the Hanford site is the worst contaminated site in the nation. And, it's not really going to be cleaned up to the standards that Yakama Nation expects or, would want to have, so that our tribal members can safely go out into those areas and gather and practice. And, we've been very limited. And my role here today is to, humbly ask that, the EPA and other agencies, if you look around this room, I'm very proud of the fact that, we have a lot of knowledge in this room, and a lot of history, and, the expertise that everybody has to contribute to cleanup efforts. I've heard multiple times around the table today that, people are willing to continue to volunteer their time to make sure that cleanup is done, correctly in the area. And for the Yakama Nation, I'm here basically, representing the Yakama Nation, our elected officials, and the 13,000 tribal members that, would like to be able to, practice their treaty rights in that area. And so I'm wondering if EPA would be willing to, write a letter of support to that fact, because there are certain, items and negotiations and meetings that our elected officials attend, that's, above the work that I do, because our program is funded through cooperative agreement with Department of Energy. So we work specifically on Hanford issues, but, the boundaries don't end there for me, because, this is my tribe. And so I'm hoping that, as we go forward, that we're able to bridge all of the work that we're doing so that it falls in line with the cleanup standards and such. That was, I guess basically uh, told to the Yakama Nation, that we would continue to have those rights and to be able to practice. And, I'm glad that you were able to go out on site today and take the tour. In addition to that, I think it's important that, as a tribal member, that we offer and extend our invite to you to come in and meet with our elected officials and to go on our tours that we have. We do have, multiple services that continue that are important to the Columbia River and to, all of the species that live within the Hanford area and up and down the, the corridor there. So it's really important that we share, our information so that you gain a full understanding of, the roles that we play and why our services are so critical to the protection for the continued, involvement and practices of our tribal members. And I can't emphasize that enough because I myself, I grew up in a treaty fishing family. So I grew up along the Columbia River, and it's important that we continue to clean up and do the best, ask for the best and expect the best from each agency and each group that's participating within this Hanford Advisory Board, so that I guess our wishes are fulfilled, because I know going forward, hundreds of years, thousands of years from now, contamination is still going to be there. And so someone coming in to, take over my role, I'm hoping that they're able to continue this important work and, all of the capacities in which you work in, within this room. I'm hoping that we're able to, continue to bridge whatever gaps there are and to, make certain that the cleanup standards are done at the highest level. So I'll end there. Thank you.
Well, thank you for that. First, I am always happy to come and meet with Yakama Nation. And in fact, it's been on my list for a while now. So I would be happy to arrange a visit and opportunity to meet with the tribal leaders and others. And we are, of course, working with Yakama Nation on a number of issues beyond Hanford right now on the Columbia River and elsewhere. And so we, very much value, the partnership that we've been able to build and continue to strengthen through the years. I'm particularly excited about, this moment in time in this administration. President Biden has challenged all of us, every agency, to, ensure that we are not just meeting, but working to exceed our commitment to nation relationships and upholding our treaty rights and responsibilities. Just this fall, where we've had new direction that came out on tribal consultation and what that means and what it looks like. And I'm, really proud of the fact that EPA, we've been leading the way, I think, on how we've done consultation through the years. Other agencies, are having to do quite a bit of updating, but I'm really proud of the work we do. It doesn't mean there's not room for improvement and there aren't bumps in the road, but I think that sustained commitment and direction from the president has been incredibly meaningful. We also, traditional ecological knowledge, TEK, is a new huge priority for the administration and the executive branch. And, that's an area that we are, as an agency, working with our state partners in particular, working through and helping them to understand what that means, and how we will be looking to, fill those gaps as we make regulatory decisions. I shouldn't say gaps, but, to enhance how we make regulatory decisions. But at the end of the day, to me, it really is about partnership and relationship. And so I appreciate your being here and the other tribal representatives who are participating here at the HAB. I think it's, speaking from my own personal experience, being in the room and being at the table and building the relationships with others is just so critical to sharing our stories and knowledge and helping to work through and get to those areas of consensus that we all hope are possible. So thank you for that. And, I look forward to working with Yakama Nation on all the tribes in Region 10.
Just a snapshot, there are about 40 people in this room. There are 31 people online. So it's bigger than it looks. I've got 4 people in queue. I've got Tom, Rob.
But people online might be a little cooler than we are in the room.
Oh, you have no idea how cold we were the last time we did this. Oh, I've got Tom, Rob, Pam, and Dan Solitz online. Tom.
Thanks, Ruth. I think what that means is, on average, between the two meetings, we're probably pretty comfortable, right?
Yeah.
Average, yeah. Casey, thanks for being here. I'd be interested in hearing how you currently view the interaction and relationship between ecology, EPA, and the DOE. And also, do you have any primary interests in proceeding on a priority basis with changing things or adapting to this new role that you have?
In terms of the relationship between the three agencies, I think we have a very good relationship. And, it doesn't mean that we always agree on any particular, on every issue. And we don't have to spend some time, peeling back the layers of the onion and try to find ways for us to agree. But I can say again, just in the several months that I've been in my position, at least, that I feel, Brian and Director Watson and I have been able to, from a leadership perspective, have direct conversations with each other. I know that our teams are working so hard and trying to be, as working in concert with each other and being very clear on what our goals are and the work that needs to be accomplished here. And there are some big milestones coming for this next year. And I, on the bus today, as we were wrapping up, I said to both of the teams that I think making sure that we are, really taking the time to celebrate those key milestones when we meet, when we hit them, making sure the community understands, and the HAB obviously is a really important part of getting that message out and getting the feedback. So folks know progress is being made, and I know even driving around today, the landscape looks very different today than it did even a couple of years ago. That is progress. It's never as fast as anyone wants it to be. Obviously, this is a very complex, very complex place. But I think that's true anywhere in the United States where we're involved in complex cleanup activities. It never moves as fast as the community wants it to go. But I think in this particular instance, we are very aligned on what we want to achieve, and are very committed to doing that and working to make sure we have the resources to get it done. And that we'll, but again, from the EPA perspective, as I said at the beginning, is that those regulatory controls are strong, that the cleanup is strong, and that our enforcement capabilities, if we don't meet that, are strong as well.
I've got 5 questions in queue and 10 questions, or in 10 minutes before we need to wrap up. Rob and then Pam.
Welcome, Casey. I was interested to note that you did talk about the test bed initiative, and I'll keep my comments fixed to that. At this point here, from the weapons complex monitor, it basically says it's unfunded for this next year. And so that means no more activity on the test bed initiative, or we're going to have to get some congressmen to plus up or something. But my point is that we're going to miss an opportunity here to move forward. And as we know in all of our discussions and meetings, is that risk remains out there until it's immobilized. You've got to immobilize that waste. You've got to move forward with the test bed initiative in order to make progress, to make it, granted, the decision's not going to be made today, tomorrow, whatever, but you need the test bed initiative to move forward with decision. And so with inform everybody. And so I would really like to see the EPA press DOE into saying that we're missing opportunities here. We're delaying reduction of risk by not moving forward on a simple amount of dollars just to keep the research going, get people to do the studies and make it happen. And so that's what I'm encouraging, maybe in talking with your folks, and may be able to encourage DOE to move forward, or Congress to move forward, or whichever. So it's a real important thing to keep progress going. Otherwise we stall for another year. Thank you.
Thank you for that. I'll add it to my list of follow-up items.
I've got Pam, and then we've got 3 questions online. Pam?
My topic was also test bed initiative, so I'll try and be concise. For the people in this region, getting tank waste treated is a huge priority. And this offers an opportunity to move forward. The Tisker situation has proven itself, and the folks in Texas are willing to take the material. We just have a state that needs some encouragement, and EPA can be very helpful. Thank you.
I've got Dan Solitz, Esteban, and Simone online. Dan?
Yes, thanks for showing up. I appreciate you EPA being here at the head. I'm the chair of the Public Involvement Committee, and got some environmental justice queries for you. You may not have time to answer them today, but if you can get your folks to bring the answers to us. The Public Involvement Committee is needed to build support for congressional funding and also to carry the message into the future of what's been done here and what's been left here. So is there room for environmental justice to support the Public Involvement Committee's efforts to get the word out? Thank you.
I'm sorry, there's a question on an environment, on specifically with respect to the environmental justice grants that I mentioned earlier. Is that what you're asking me?
Specific to public involvement and public engagement. Yes, and if you don't have an answer right now, an answer would be appreciated.
Just in the interest of time, we'll follow up with the HAB and send some summary materials about the grant opportunities. But to answer your question, my recollection, at least, as I'm kind of looking around the team here, is that yes, participation in community participation in these types of forums and others is something, including, I think there was a question earlier about translation services and basically there's a component of those EJ grants that will help break down the barriers for community members to participate in public processes that impact them and their communities. And it doesn't mean they're federal processes. So I think, so the short answer to your question is I think, yes, there are ways for some of those resources to support local community-based organizations. But we'll send that as a follow-up to share with the HAB.
Thank you.
So thank you. I've got Esteban and Simone, and then I'll turn it back to you for whatever final comments you'd like to make. Esteban?
Yes, thank you, Ruth. And for the administrator, just to follow up on that, if we can kind of elaborate, I know Secretary Regan was in Oregon, but what opportunities, especially for me as a person that holds one of the public seats on the HAB, that it does to build on community, especially on community education when it comes to the cleanup, which I think it's a huge concern, and especially to other, people that might speak in other languages. How is it these, in kind of a definition of the environmental justice, like these grants, and what are they trying to do with this offerings of the grants to the community?
Well, thanks for that question. I was with Administrator Regan when we were in Portland and Gresham earlier last summer. That was before the Inflation Reduction Act was passed by Congress and signed by President Biden. So the environmental justice grants I just mentioned hadn't been created yet. So we are literally in the process of pushing out new money to communities. So we will, as I said, we can send some follow-up resources that I think are would be very helpful, and I think would potentially be a pathway for some funding to support the kind of activities that you're referencing.
Simone, you have the last question.
Great, thank you. Yeah, so Columbia Riverkeeper is concerned about DOE's off the river language, including claims that in the next 5 years, the river corridor will be cleaned up. So I just want to say that we don't adopt this version of what's happening and don't agree with this characterization of contamination along the river. And as a federal agency, EPA has, a responsibility to protect this area. So my question is, what can EPA be doing to ensure that river corridor decisions are protecting all future uses of the site?
Well, I think the short answer to that is, is continuing to work with the Department of Energy and others to ensure that our regulatory controls and permitting and cleanup efforts are aligned to what our standards, what we think the standards are, and ensuring that we are doing that while being mindful of making sure we're working with our tribal partners as well to bring them into that conversation as well. And I'm happy to have a longer conversation about that. I'm just curious, worry about the time here, but again, I think that we are, I think we have a very clear sense of what we need to accomplish there and are working through, again, our regulatory arms to be able to accomplish that.
Thank you. It's no small thing to book a full hour of a regional administrator's time. So thank you for being here with us. Do you have any final thoughts to share with the group?
Well, number one, I want to say thank you. I know not only it's less about my time and it's more about your time. And I know that you all are putting in time away from work and other activities to participate. I know coming to a meeting is not the only time that you're spending on HAB related activities. And so I want to thank you for volunteering to be part of this process and bringing your voice and your experience to the table. And, asking questions is really important. I ask questions all the time. I often preface it with, this might be a dumb question, but but I think it's a really important part of the process is to make sure that, we're sitting and we're having a conversation and we're trying to answer questions and, we're taking that feedback. And again, making sure that we are, not tunnel vision on what we do, but we are trying to be as responsive to the comments and concerns that we get, and adjusting as we go and making sure we're prioritizing, our set of priorities is the same set of priorities of all the other folks who are impacted by any of the activities that we are taking as an agency. So, so number one, thank you very much for allowing me to be here to spend some time with you today and for your service on the HAB. Two is, this will not be my only trip to this area. There's a lot of stuff going on here in the Tri-Cities, and I look forward to coming back. And I didn't get a chance to go to B-Reactor today, so I'd like to actually go out and see that as well, and visit with some other folks here in the Tri-Cities area. So thank you very much. I look forward to seeing everyone again soon.
Thank you. We're going to break until 3:15. Okay. All right. We have Tom, Cecilia, and Chris Sutton waiting to tell you about what the operations work group has been doing and how you can get engaged. I know some of you have asked, well, what are they doing and what comes next? And Chris and Tom are about to let you in on that. Okay, can the folks online see the screen? Somebody give me, okay, good. Particularly because you're talking, Tom. All right, so Chris, you're gonna kick us off and Tom is gonna help out as well, right?
Right.
Okay, so hug that microphone and take it away.
I'm basically going to introduce the work group, what we're doing, why we're doing it, how long we've been doing it, and where we're going from this, what we've done and where we're going from this point on. I'll start out with the introduction and Tom will come in and talk more about the details, about some recent details that I think will be of interest to you. So next slide, please. I'm going to tell you who is on the work group, the members, what the mission and goals are of the work group, the major items that we've addressed, what we're going to talk about at this board meeting, and the path forward from this point on. Next slide. So the work group members from the HAB, there's Jan Kertel, as she's already mentioned in her introduction a little earlier. Susan Coleman, who's also told you a little bit about herself earlier today. Myself, Tom Cecilia, who unfortunately is not here today, and Rebecca Holland. And between us, we have kind of a wide range of experience and background, different aspects of cleanup, different interests. And it's a pretty diverse group from the Hanford board, which is why we're there. From DOE, we have Mike Birkenbeil, who's sitting up at the head table, and Gary Younger, who's at the end of the table on my right. From the regulatory agencies, Ryan Miller, who's at the head table, has been representing the Department of Ecology, and Jeff Schramm, who's somewhere behind me, has been representing EPA. When Jeff hasn't been able to make it, then Roberto, who's at the head table, then has represented EPA as well. So we're the group. We started meeting in last August, and we've been meeting once, possibly several times a month, either in person or virtually until today to try and accomplish the work that we've set out to do. As far as our mission and goals, our overall mission is to investigate methods and to develop recommendations to make our HAB operations more efficient, more effective, more participatory, and more in alignment with the EM headquarters, EM SSAB charter, and EM SSAB operations procedure. And EM SSAB, which I'll probably forget exactly the acronym for, and Mike or Gary can remind me, is Environmental Management, something or another advisory board. Site-specific advisory board, right. Thank you. Or to put it a little bit differently, we want to ensure that our current HAB operations are aligned with the stated purpose of our board, that is what we're supposed to be doing, as well as with future changes that we see coming to the way Hanford site is going to operate. Our major work group goals then, if we're talking about improving efficiency, we want to revise Hanford Advisory Board documents to make them more compliant, more usable, more readable. And compliant, we mean compliant with EM SSAB documents. A number of our documents say things in different ways. The words are not the same. So for a given section or a given topic in one document, that topic may not be stated exactly the same way in another document, and that has caused confusion. So we are going to try and eliminate those types of inconsistencies. We want to clarify what is exactly our scope, what is in our scope, what's outside of our scope. EMSSB charter and a member of understanding with the tri-party agencies does lay out what our scope is supposed to be. And so we've looked at this and then tried to clarify, are we doing that? Are we doing other things outside and so on? Tom will talk more about that. We want to, given that, we wanted to review the scope, roles, and responsibilities of each committee. Are the committees doing what they're supposed to be doing now? What about the future? Are the committees the best committees that we have to serve the HAB and to serve the tri-party agencies going forward in the future? If not, then we'd like to optimize them. And one of the things that we're looking forward for from the HAB as a whole are to get recommendations to help us with that optimization process. And again, Tom will talk a lot more about that in a few minutes. And lastly, I've mentioned the EMSSAB. Are we aligned with them correctly? There's several aspects of this. One is what we're doing, a scope as we, as HAB board members, view our scope. Is that aligned with what the EMSSAB charter and EMSSAB feels is our scope? And are our documents compliant with the EMSSAB requirements documents? So these are the things that really we've worked on that we're going to talk about in some degree today. Now, there's other things that we've talked about too that we won't be talking about. For example, we spent a long time talking about orientation for new members. And the orientation that we went through this past October incorporated a lot of the thoughts and a lot of the input from everybody on this board. And we feel that it was a pretty successful orientation given the feedback that we got from all of you who are new members. We've talked quite a little bit about more participation, and I think that will be the final slide that Tom shows today. How do we encourage more participation, more involvement from all the members of the HAB? And that's something that we did spend time talking about. Again, this is something that will come up at the end of Tom's presentation. So as an introduction to what some of what Tom's going to be talking about, that's it. And with that, I'll turn it over to Tom. So Tom, over to you.
Thanks, Chris. Can everybody hear me?
Yeah.
Okay. I just also want to point out that the work group is chartered under the EIC. We're not working in a vacuum. We actually are working within the HAB process. So first, I want to talk about the committee scope and optimization work that we did. Overarching question is the HAB scope appropriate and sufficient? And then once we get that sort of foundation, we can look at the committees and see, are there gaps that need covering, or are certain committees overloaded? And is the committee scope sustainable as the site moves into operations? So I want to give, before we move on to the next slide, I want to give some warnings. There are a lot of words on the next couple slides. I know the font is small. I don't anticipate that anyone will read those words in this meeting. I just wanted to sort of convey the complexity of what we had to wrangle. The slides will be posted on the website, and the words are out of the memorandum of understanding, so they're easy to find. And if you want a copy of the slide deck, a facilitation can send it to you. All right, so next slide. Okay, so the scope. There was talk about making sure we were compliant with the EMSSAB sort of parent charter. And so that's the column on the left, this what's in scope for the HAB and our sister boards. And then sort of the analog in the memorandum of understanding. First day, we sort of sat down with all these different statements on big post-it notes and said, okay, well, this one sort of matches that one, and this one matches that one, so we're good. But that's not sort of all the scope the HAB has. So the next slide talks to other things in the memorandum of understanding that the HAB is allowed to talk about. So we went through all those on post-it notes and said, yep, okay, that one's good. We still want to be able to talk about that. And everyone in the room, including the TPA agencies, agreed that everything in the MOU and in the EMSSAB charter were appropriate topics for the HAB to talk about. Sorry, my office mate just barked. Next slide. But that's not all. We've said, you know, in a perfect world, if these documents are ever updated, there might be some more things that we want to talk about maybe effective conduct of operations, community values and concerns, spending priorities, cost and duration of cleanup, and effective information transfer should be on the list. So we're not being restrictive. We're really trying to figure out everything that the board can talk about moving forward. Next slide, please. So we figured out the scope, and we've realized that there's probably some room for improvement with the committee's structure as they're laid out right now. One thing Chris mentioned with the documentation, where the committees were described, the words don't always agree. So different listing of what's in scope for each committee, or what can and can't be talked about. There's a lot of cross-cutting topics, and as we move to One Hanford, there's more cross-cutting topics that require duplication of SME effort to talk to different committees. And then there's some critical missions that are not listed on any committee list at all. So tank closure, VIT plant operations, those are not currently listed on our documents. So there's room for improvement. Next slide. So we sort of did an exercise where we pretended we don't know anything about committee structure, and put all these post-it notes on a wall and tried to figure out if there was an intuitive grouping for just train of thought, groupings for different committee, do the scope items fall into clusters? And it turns out that they could, if this group put them on the wall and sort of using our internal logic, which is a dangerous thing sometimes, but we used our logic and we're able to group some things. But there were still these topics that we felt like we wanted to have like 6 or 7 post-it notes with the same words on it, because it really does cross-cut every committee. So trying to figure out how to deal with those without being repetitive or wasting SME time by having them come and give the same talk 3 times, came up with something on the next slide, which is a new concept that we're calling resource teams. And we figured out that the HAB's greatest strength is the willingness of our members to step up and volunteer and learn. So resource teams are sort of, I don't want to say it's an IM team, but it's sort of like a standing IM team, where past and current members can learn or already know some stuff about a topic, and want to share that information with new members, or sort of old members who want to learn new things. These teams would meet sort of like a book club or have a team space, preserve and transfer knowledge, and present in a regular time slot on every agenda for every committee meeting. So there will be a standing agenda item. So if there's something for this mentor or a resource team to talk about, they'll have that locked in. Next slide. So the resource teams are not set in stone. They're going to be updated as the work plan is needed, and it could be every year you get a new group of resource teams. But the clusters that came up with, you got the resource teams on the left, and everything else that clustered on the wall came out into these committees on the right. These are placeholder names, and the scopes have yet to be determined. But you have waste treatment, storage, and management. You have outreach and engagement, health and safety, long-term stewardship and land use, cleanup and closure, and then leadership. So as it says here, you have a number of different resource teams that we were brainstorming on that could be, you could have life cycle cost, funding, scope, schedule and milestones, permitting, and TPA, as just some ideas. And we'll talk about how we figure out what resource teams we make coming up next. So next slide. So sort of where we're going, we've got the EIC approved us giving this talk to you in January. So I'm giving you this talk. In February, March, Chris and I are going to be going to every committee meeting to talk through and just sort of have an open discussion and ask for input. We're scheduling a committee of the whole in March to sort of finalize the scope. If we have any people who know marketing and branding, come up with some creative description, creative committee names that roll off the tongue better than waste management and all this other stuff committee. Also make sure the committee descriptions are accurate and inclusive, but you can tell what it is, and the process for transition, because if the goal is to stand up some new committees, we're going to need to have people sign up for those committees. We're going to need to have elections, so we have leadership for those committees, and we'll need to figure out how that fits in with the work plan. So then the goal would be, coming out of March, we have a polished document and a proposal that we can consider for consensus in April at the full board meeting. And then in June, the leadership workshop is going to be meeting to develop the work plan for the next year. And we can either, or whoever's on the leadership work committee at that time, can develop a work plan that fits either the existing committee structure or the new one moving forward, and then transition to the new committees at the beginning of the next fiscal year. So you have an opportunity to show up in March at the committee of the whole and say, I really want to join the cleanup and closure committee. And so you could sort of be a founding plank holder for that committee, which is sort of something that not many people on the HAB can do. Okay, next slide. But wait, that's not all. So the work group started working on sort of the documents that Chris was talking about in August. And because of that, we're well positioned to fulfill a DOE request that just came in this month of all of the EMS SAB boards to make sure that operating documents are up to date and sufficient. So by the end of this fiscal year, EM would like updated documents somewhat related to like the operating ground rules are now. So the foundational documents of how the board works. So we are going to be working through that with the EIC's approval and circulating some draft documents in April to the HAB and TP agencies for socialization, review, and feedback. And we'll have more details to follow with that one. So there's a lot of information here and a lot of work being done, but how can you be involved? So the next slide will let you know. We're going to be at every committee meeting during committee week in February and March. Speak up, ask questions, come to the committee of the whole in March and help shape the future of the board. And then once the document gets circulated in April, read it and bring your ideas to the board meeting in April to talk through any concerns that you have or suggestions. And think of what committees and or resource teams you would want to support. There's preliminary discussion that there might not be a limit to 2 committees per member now anymore. We're still working on the details there. But I just want to remind everyone the HAB is not a spectator sport, and we need everyone's knowledge and experience to bring this forward. So with that, I will open to questions, or what's the agenda say?
Yeah, the agenda says we had half an hour today. So we've got about 7 minutes for questions and comments. Breathe. Because today was so crowded, there is time for your thoughts and questions tomorrow as well. I actually put it in 2 places on the agenda because this is an awful lot all at once. So if you sleep on it overnight and you have a burning question, there will be time tomorrow to ask it as well. The committee of the whole that Tom referred to will be Tuesday, March 7th. We just confirmed the location this morning. So things move fast in the work group space. What is at top of mind right now, Rose?
I just had a quick clarification question. You said something about 2 committees per member. Is that?
So the current way we do things, which had to do a lot with travel money, quite frankly, it was a budget thing, was that the public involvement committee used to meet the day before board meetings. And so that was everybody could be a member of the public involvement committee because it was assumed people were coming into town. Other committees met during committee week, and you were limited to membership in 2 of those committees for the purposes of travel reimbursement. You could go to any committee meeting. So it was a budgetary constraint. Given that now we have to do all meetings hybrid, committee meetings, the operations work group is looking at, does that limitation on how many committees you can be officially on, does that matter now? So that's what's under consideration.
So just to follow up then, regardless of that, what I heard you say was I could get travel reimbursement for 2 meetings, but I was welcome to go to any that I wanted. I just wouldn't get travel reimbursement for those meetings. Is that what I understood you to say?
Yeah, that's the current construct.
Okay.
So, can I take it out of presentation mode? Okay. I can't do everything at once. Esteban, what's on your mind?
Yeah, sure. Thanks, Ruth. And just like Tom mentioned about, the HAB, the HAB's greatest strength is the willingness of members to step up and volunteer. In my opinion, I think what I've seen within this year too, that I'm coming, to the end of my term, and the biggest thing as a person that holds one of the public seats, it's to that sense of more of, willingness and learning of this community knowledge. I think we can all learn from our brothers and sisters and then the native communities of, how that's respected, but also, how is it that people in the Tri-Cities, especially when it comes to generational knowledge, and I think we're having a bunch of new members stepping up, how can we not lose sight of that, right? Because they are also a big part of this community. And I think one of the biggest things, that I've started to learn, I had an intern this past year, was about climate anxiety within younger folks. And I think this is one thing that I think we all know, that we need to educate our people, especially in the younger communities, are more aware of the climate issues facing our communities. And I hope, I think like the EP administrator said, he was willing to come visit more often, and they're going to provide the funds to do that. Hopefully we don't lose that sight when it comes to that generational gap. I'm Generation X, I'm kind of in the middle. It's like that meme you see in the younger folks and the older folks kind of arguing about it. But I hope that it's not lost, and especially with all these changes happening on the board, that you can have that institutional knowledge and that new knowledge that's coming on board to have a different perspective and things of how things can get done. Thank you.
Right. So I've got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 folks in queue. We can run a little bit into the next agenda item. If we run out of time, we're going to save the queue and move it till tomorrow, because we have tomorrow to talk about this as well. So we will get you in either today or tomorrow. Jeff?
Thank you, Ruth. So there's roughly 40 seats on the board and 40 more alternates. So you've got a pool of people, say roughly 80 people that could potentially serve on the committees. What is the current level of participation on committees?
I'm going to put Gary on the spot because his staff has been tracking this, I think.
Jeff, I do appreciate the question. I don't have exact numbers, but a lot of it also kind of follows along with a lot of other committees where you probably have something like about the 80-20 rule, where you have 20% of the people doing 80% of the work. We have some board members who aren't on any committee at all. And we have several who are very engaged and appear at most. I don't have those numbers, but I'll be happy to get you something.
Yeah. I think the active number, there are between 36 and 38 seats on the board. There are a couple of seats who have chosen not to recommend somebody. So I think the active pool is more in the 65 to 70 range in terms of nose count.
And where my question is coming from, when I looked at that structure, I didn't really count, but there's 6 or 8 different committees. And do we have enough people that are willing to step up and meaningfully participate? And my question maybe for Tom and Chris is, how many people do you need on each one of these teams to actually do the work? Is 2 people or 4 people or 10 people?
Yeah, I think one of my inspirations for the idea of the resource team was what Chris had done with the life cycle report presentation, where he became an expert on that document so he could answer HAB questions on it. So you could have a resource team of 1, lonely, but you could do it.
Yeah, this is Chris. I think that's one of the things that we have to talk about going forward too, because I think when you look at some of the potential topics that are going to be cross-cutting across all the standing committees, you might find some of those topics really require 2 or 3 or 4 people to do adequate justice to kind of bring the entirety of a scope of knowledge together in a way that's presentable to each of the other committees. It might be that one of the resource teams, as Tom said, only needs 1 person, and that person is the expert, and that might be for 1 year or 2 years. So there's, I think, on Tom's last slide, as we go out and talk to each of the current standing committees, this is some of the input that we want to need to get to go forward. So I don't think there's a a set question, a set answer to that question, Jeff. And I think it depends on what the committee is, the time, and what the subject is. And I think that's flexibility that we need to build into those resource teams.
I've got Pam and then Chris, like your card was up for a different reason or that reason? Oh, okay. Pam and then Michelle.
If it's not possible for you guys to copy this document and have it for us tomorrow, I would like to ask for a few pages. The HAB scope page, if there are 2 pages, and then this one. If those
Okay.
3 could be available to us, I think we could have a more enlightened conversation. And I also really encourage you to email it to us so we can print it at home if we want to. Thank you.
Yeah, for those who are online, there is a link. The webmaster was really kind to us and put it up really fast. So electronically, it's available off the HAB website as well. Chris, your card went down. Michelle. Okay. Dan Solitz online.
Yes, thank you. From a budgetary point of view, is the work-based structure of this or is it being worked out? And how is the timing going to work? We're working on the 2025 budget now. Will we be able to get funding in for this increased participation that we're asking for in the 2025 budget? And if so, what happens with the budget for 2024 if we adopt this before 2024 is up?
Well, the group hasn't talked about budget to my recollection. I'm looking at the work group members to like nod their heads or not. The number of committees is actually the same number of standing committees. I think y'all need to bring that up either at the committee of the whole or in those committee discussions in February. Because the work group hasn't talked budget specifically that I remember.
Thank you.
Jan, did you want to speak to that? Tom's first. Okay, so I've got Rob, Tom, and Jan. Rob.
I think I'm cutting in line, but I had mentioned this before, that I think it's a pretty complex set of management rules and things that we might get tripped over and spend too much time talking about the procedures as opposed to getting the work done. And I still believe that. I think it's a very complex setup. What the other point is that I think some people have not lived long enough to understand what the committees do. I mean, been in the board long enough to understand what the committees do and how we, our main product is our advice. We have over 300 pieces of advice in the 28, 29 years we've been here. This advice is very important. The way that advice gets started is a topic may come to one of the main committees that we have, and we have a discussion on it. And if we discuss that we think there might be advice there, we'll form an issue manager group, which will then craft the advice or take consultation and now we're holding more formalized meetings in issue manager groups. That is fine. But out of that issue manager group then comes a piece of advice that goes to the main committee. Okay. And then that committee will discuss it as a whole. So in actuality, the main committee becomes the expert committee on the advice. And so to have this Uber group of people as SMEs or whatever, well, it's only going to last 2 years until your next appointment. You know, it seems kind of silly in that we could use the organicness of each one of our committees to get that advice and how the thing would work out and how we feed back. And then after that is complete and the committee is ready to send the advice up to the main board, Okay, we get put on a calendar here and then we can discuss it and get ideas from the main board. So now you not only have the main committee, like tank waste, and then the board is reviewing it. How are we not getting all that expertise in those two functions there, that we need a third Uber group of SMEs to go around and pay attention to things? I mean, is it really necessary to do that? And so my only comment is that I think we're getting duplicated, and that we really should think about streamlining this process such that it makes it easier for us to, it just makes it easier for us to start considering and showing up to all these meetings and participating. So again, my only comment, I think, was back to, it's a pretty complex setup there. Thank you.
All right. So I've got Tom and Jan and Chris and 7 minutes and an elections announcement. So Chris, you're going to get the last word, but we've got more time to talk tomorrow, but we're gonna break for supper at 4. Tom?
Thanks, and I'll be quick. I have a number of comments and questions, but I'll save them for tomorrow. The one I wanted to cover today just briefly is similar to what Rob just mentioned. It looks a little complex to me, and the interties between the resource teams and the standing committees, and who sponsors the resource team work and who approves it. Maybe you have a good feel for that, but I am not getting that feel. So I'd like to see more detail on that in the future.
Jan?
So, of course, while I was listening to the presentation, lots of questions came to mind. And it really does have to do with how are we going to implement this? Because we have a finite number of people. Rose asked the question, she said, we only were supposed to have 2 committee assignments, and it has something to do with, travel money, and that's true. But the other rule is that they're only going to pay for travel money for the primary person at a seat, unless the primary person, the alternate can travel only if the primary person is not traveling, which is why we got Tom Cecilia on the screen today, is because he was not covered to arrive in person. And so all of this will impact this resource team, which there should be a representative at every meeting. But mostly what's going to happen, the reason that you can have as many committee assignments as you want is because if you can't travel, you can do it online. And so in a way, it will work to encourage more people to participate, but maybe not in person. So that gets back to the funding part of that. If we are really limited by funding for, just so many people that can travel during a budget year, then I think that during this first year, when we're going to be implementing a new thing, that we need to have a big plus up on the HAB budget so that people can find their places and find out how much money it's really going to cost to do the plan as we envision it.
Right. Chris, you get the last word on this topic today, knowing that it's on the agenda tomorrow as well.
Just an example of something that we did last year that could almost be viewed as a resource team was the interaction between the Budget and Contracts Committee and the Tank Waste Committee on the advice that went forward regarding the necessity of coming up with a leak response plan. So under the IM team in the tank waste, there's a lot of discussion about a leak response plan that came about as a Tank 109 leak, and that was debated for a long time. And I think Advice 111 or 311 went out on that. But simultaneously in the BCC committee, we said, hey, this also needs to be a priority then for the 2024 work. And so the same language was used in BCC and in the tank waste for two different advices that went out regarding the same topic. Now that, I don't know if it influenced anybody, but DOE and ecology came to an agreement this year that yes, as part of the leak responses, there would have to be a definite plan produced by DOE in August of 2023 this year on how to deal on what the responses are to tank leaks. But that's something that could easily have been viewed as one of these resource teams having input to the tank waste on budgetary matters that otherwise the tank waste might not have viewed. And I think a much stronger series of advice went out because of this. And I think we could have a lot more of that in the future. Certainly in coming up with the work priority this year, there's probably 3 or 4 things that have been talked about so far where we could envision advice on different committees coming up with the same advice, but from different committees. And I think it would be much stronger than if it just had one committee, because one committee tends to look at things with blinders on, whereas if you have multiple committees or other input, then you can open up those blinders and maybe make for stronger advice.
Tom, would you like to read your clarification, or do you want me to? Not everybody can see chat.
Oh yeah, the fact that my primary is in the room was not my deciding factor for not attending the meeting today. I just wanted to make sure that was clear.
Right. So first thing tomorrow, after we do all the opening stuff for the meeting, there's about 35 minutes more on this topic. So if you have a question, an input, a suggestion for what we need to cover at the committee of the whole, bring that in the morning. And the last thing we're going to do before we break at 4 is Lacey's going to announce the results of the election.
Okay, so the votes have been counted and verified. We have Susan Coleman for HAB chair, and Mia Burke for vice chair, and Pam Larson for national liaison.
So to remind you of the next steps, the vice chair and the national liaison are selected directly by the board. We will be sending an email to the TPA agencies, letting them know the board is recommending Susan Coleman be appointed chair, and then they will do what they've got to do as agencies to make that formal, to approve that, if they approve that, and make that formal appointment. I can't speak for agencies, but that's the other piece of the process. With that, we are adjourned until 5:30. Do you have to officially adjourn us until 5:30?
Why not? Adjourn till 5.
Okay. Bon appetit.
Ready to go? Hey, good evening, folks. Welcome to our evening session of the Hanford Advisory Board, January 2023 meeting. We are back in session from recess at this time. Thank you. With that, we'll lead off with Brian Vance, our agenda item for the agency updates. Let me make sure I got that correct. I do have that correct. Thank you. Thank you, Madam Chairperson.
Well, it's really great to be here today, especially to see a lot more folks in person, which is always helpful. Not that I can see you now because I have the wrong glasses on, but appreciate you being here. We did have a great visit today on the site with Casey Sixkiller. Spent the morning with him. 4-hour tour on the site. I told him it was a 20% visit. He had to come back again. But really a great opportunity to give him a perspective on what we do, and with Dave and with Laura there and some folks from the region office. It was a really great day. And I appreciate the continuing dialogue that these sessions allow us to maintain with each of you, and hope that you'll continue to engage with the constituents you represent to maintain that connection and provide that feedback for the department, for the regulators on the work we're doing. It's really important as we continue the mission to make sure that we have those connections and we have those dialogue, the dialogue and the feedback, it's critically important to our success. And today, I don't always bring all the assistant managers to the boards, but today I thought it would be a good New Year's thing to do to reintroduce everyone to the assistant managers. I know they don't look any different than the last time you saw them in 2020 because they haven't aged at all. But it was important to get them. So I'll just go around. Delmar Noyes, Tank Farms assistant manager, Bill Hamill, River and Plateau, Brian Harkins, mission support, and I won't talk about your beard. You can do that separately if you want to. Tom Fletcher, assistant manager for waste treatment plant. Greg Jones, assistant manager for business operations. Glenn Trenchard, assistant manager for safety and environment and safety and quality. And then certainly Brian Stickney, the deputy manager for the site. Really great for them to be here today, and I'll defer questions to them as well. Part of the reason they're here is to ensure that you can see the quality and experience in the leadership team that we have here managing the execution of the important work we do. Next slide, or my first slide. I like this slide just to provide a quick overview because sometimes there'll be folks that haven't been to the Hanford Advisory Board before, or we do have some new members. Our site and our mission from our site perspective, 586 square miles, more than 40 miles of the Columbia River. This is an Office of Environmental Management only site. A lot of the other sites in the complex have either nuclear energy or NNSA or other relationships on those sites, but here it's really all Office of Environmental Management. So in some ways that makes it easier, in some ways that makes it more complicated, but it's important to recognize that. And we do have a number of tenants on the site. Energy Northwest with the single commercial nuclear plant that's operating on our site. And then obviously the Laser Interferometer Gravitational Wave Observatory. I like to say that to demonstrate that I can remember it, but it's also important to know that we have, National Science Foundation here on the site as well, and as well as a few others. From a mission perspective, the words are up there. There's a mission philosophy that underpins those words that is simply maximize risk reduction per dollar invested by Congress in our site mission. That investment, and when we can optimize risk reduction per dollar, that creates the safest possible workplace for our workforce, which is our top priority as a DOE team, and it also puts us in a position to maximize the value we provide to our community from a health and safety perspective as well. The key site activities are on here really just to highlight the breadth of the activities we execute to, from groundwater to infrastructure to demolition to construction projects to the transition to operations that we're working our way through, all at a very, very high level, all with a very professional workforce. And I'll talk about that as well. And then our DOE leadership focus areas, it's important to talk about these as well, because from a culture perspective, our objective on the site with our partners, the contractors, is to create the environment for world-class contractors to deliver world-class safety and mission performance. And when we create an environment as the owner and the customer to the contractors that creates that relationship and creates that environment, the taxpayer value is maximized for the site. And we've worked very hard to get that partnership in place. And I think we were able to demonstrate today with Casey Six Killer and some of the site locations, because we typically have a DOE representative with a contractor representative talking about the site. And generally, unless you knew who they were, you couldn't always tell, because the seamlessness between the department and our contractors, which is so important for our ability to be successful. Next slide. I wanted just to highlight the budget because I think it's important to talk about that a little bit. The picture here shows the last 4 fiscal year budgets enacted by Congress. Combination of both DOE offices here, the Officer of Protection and Mission Operations Office. And what you see, which is obvious, is the increasing budget. I believe that reflects the confidence that the department instills with our contractor partners and the team here at Hanford site with the Congress to be able to enable those budgets to increase every year, and certainly critical to our continued success. I also included the subcontracting picture, both for subcontracting to large businesses and subcontracting to small businesses, just to get a perspective that the effort that we execute here, that our primes execute, really does create the opportunity for a lot of businesses to participate. And the small business number there, it's almost $500 million a year, is really important because that really creates a lot of opportunities to strengthen the industrial base, but also stabilize the economy, because a lot of those businesses are in the local community as well. To ensure that we continue to build that relationship between the primes and the subcontracted businesses and small businesses, Bob Wilkinson's team at Hanford Mission Integration Solutions has a quarterly meeting where all of the prime contractors meet and they talk about the upcoming business opportunities that the small businesses can participate in to provide them a window on the subcontracting opportunities that they're being presented by here, and to give them a chance to prepare bids and be part of the process. So I've gotten really good feedback on that. The last session was in November. The next one will be in early February. But that's another commitment that we've made as a department to the community and to small businesses to continue to provide opportunities for small business growth. And that does provide an underpinning for the local economy here that's really important. A couple of examples, just to the right, you can see the ventilation system that's for the redox facility. And the one that I'll highlight is the lower facility there. That's the equipment that's going to transfer strontium and cesium capsules out of the WESA facility, waste encapsulation storage facility, into dry storage. That was fabricated by Highline, which is a local community business here that you drive by on the bypass, leaving from the site and coming to the site every day. So just a visible example. It looks yellow because it's a lead glass representation, but really important that we continue to the budget and the impact that we have beyond our borders in the community. The next slide is the partnership picture on the site. You got the department at the top and both of the DOE offices here, Office of River Protection, Regional Operations Office. And then as you kind of go around the horn, you've got the Washington River Protection Solutions of the Tank Farms Operations Contract, Bechtel building the waste treatment plant. HPMC is our occupational medical provider here. We have a very robust occupational medical program to ensure the health and safety of workers doing the work here. HLMI, and I never remember the words, and you could probably read it, but it's the 222S laboratory that does a lot of the analysis of the tank waste samples that will support DFLAW in the future. The Central Plateau contractor does, sort of the more traditional demolition and remediation projects on the site. And then the Hanford Mission Integrated Solutions contractor provides the integration services and also provides site services for site operations, but also for our contractors as well. Philosophically, we're driving to create an enterprise team at Hanford that doesn't see borders, no borders between the two DOE offices, no borders between the 6 different contractors that all are operating under different contract types, so that we can, again, look at the site in a comprehensive way and make the best decisions we can and work to optimize taxpayer value by safe and efficient operations. And that enterprise approach, which is an evolution that we've made over the last few years, has really been important to our progress and our ability to be successful. It was pivotal during the pandemic for us to work together as a Hanford team. And that sort of accelerated our maturation as a Hanford team as we moved the site towards 24/7, 365 operations for the first time, really at the level we expect to operate with the tank waste mission that we have since the end of the Cold War mission in 1989. So really an important part of where we're going. And that site safety culture, that operations culture, that ethics culture that surrounds how we as the customer work with our contractors, our prime contractors to achieve, also has to permeate the subcontractors that also support our site, so that when people come on the site, they know what to expect and how to operate safely and efficiently and effectively within our enterprise. And so that seamlessness is really critical for us to be successful going forward as well. Our people, we really have a talented group of dedicated professionals across all functional areas here working to progress the mission. More than 10,000 between the department, the primes, and the subs. I asked Pam to do a badge check number, and it's over 12,300 people that have badges to work on the Hanford site. So we recognize that we're the largest employer in the Tri-Cities. We take that responsibility very seriously to create a positive work environment for the entire Hanford workforce team, reinforcing frankly the fact that they're doing very important work, and there's a nobility to the mission here at Hanford that goes well beyond the borders of the site and the impact we can have in our community and across the Pacific Northwest. And when the workforce is appreciated and respected for what they do, and really, that positive culture that we're creating as a Hanford site team, I kind of look at that as if you assume every family has 4 members, and you could fuzzy math, but 10,000 employees with a family of 4, that's 40,000 people in the Tri-Cities community of 250,000 to 300,000. That's a big part of our community, that where people that are satisfied at work feel appreciated for what they do. They take that positivity out into the community, into the schools, into the the stores, into our community, and that's a big impact that's beyond the traditional way we think about the Hanford site, but that's the way we think about the site as a leadership team. And so we want to continue to celebrate our successes, thank our team for what they contribute, strive for excellence, and it's really becomes sort of a pleased but never satisfied approach. We want to celebrate 90% when we achieve 90%, but we want to understand why we didn't reach that 10%, and next time get 10% and a little bit more in the way we do it, but do it in a constructive way and a positive way. We remain, focused on a foundational element of our success, which is the health and safety of the workforce and the important work we do. And we want to create that sense of pride across the workforce that is so pivotal, not only for retention, but also recruiting, because we really want people to want and come and join our team. We held 2 joint career fairs last year, the department and our contractors, to get, go out there and talk about what we do and create the opportunity for people to come and join our team. And from a public service announcement perspective, we're hiring. So there's opportunities across our site, both for the department and our contractors. And I think it's an important mission. And I think people that want to come here, we want them to come and work for 20 or 30 years, but if they come for 5 and they gain experiences that make them more successful beyond our borders, that's okay too. But I think we really have a unique opportunity for a professional experience that is uniquely rewarding here. And we hope that more and more people want to join our team as we work through the maturing workforce challenges that I think we've all seen across the world. We talk about the silver tsunami, and you can't talk about it as a future issue anymore. It's here. We've been in it for 2 years probably. And we want to continue to create the opportunity for more people to join our team. Next picture is a slide that I've not ever shown before here, but it really does represent the impact that the department and our contractor partners have in our community beyond our borders. What I did was, you recognize all of our contractors have community engagement requirements in their contracts, and they do it anyway because it's the right thing to do. But I asked our comms team to go out and talk to all of our prime contractors, list all the activities that they do in the community. And then this is a word art representation of that, to talk, and it really does demonstrate the amount of impact that each of our folks that come to work at Hanford and our community, our contractors that come to work at Hanford really have beyond our borders. And sometimes you'll see it, for the accountants in the room who will go analyze this, like Beatles music lyrics. You'll see that there's a couple places where there's duplicates because a couple of our contractors together work on specific activities and charities and events as partners. So I think this was a good way to demonstrate more broadly the impact we have beyond the budget as a Hanford enterprise team on our community. And we're very proud of this. And I hope that resonates with all of you as well. Next slide. You've probably seen this before. I created this slide to give a broader perspective on the engagement that we execute as an enterprise team to create the conditions for support, really starting with awareness and building to support across a very broad spectrum of diverse stakeholders and certainly the tribes as well. So local, state, regional, national, tribal. And again, this is a simplified view because every one of those wedges probably has multiple wedges within it. But I think it's constructive, and it really does demonstrate the work that our leadership team does, not only me, but certainly Brian Stickney, Carrie Meyer, every day, our contractor leaders, to raise awareness of the work we do across a very broad stakeholder arena and engagement arena, very broad tribal arena to build awareness and ultimately support, and more importantly, the relationships that are necessary for us to progress a mission that's obviously very challenging. And those relationships based on trust and confidence and credibility really do create an opportunity for the enterprise overall to be successful. And it reflects back on, the virtuous circle that publicly funded projects and entities have to live in. We have to be successful in delivering progress for the taxpayer dollars we receive. We have to demonstrate that value to taxpayers beyond our borders to build support. That support provides encouragement within the congressional delegation, and we do receive tremendous support from Senator Murray, Senator Cantwell, Representative Newhouse, Representative McMorris Rogers in support for the Hanford mission. And that support and funding that we receive creates the opportunity to create more progress. And so the wheel continues. And this is really a part of that. And highlighting our successes, but owning when we're not successful is a part of that process that we really do embrace to raise awareness. And, again, we'll never make everyone completely happy, but I think if we can align on the mission that we're all trying to achieve together more broadly, a safer Hanford site, a safer community, a safer Pacific Northwest, as we retire risks that are very real at the Hanford site, I think we can center on what we have in common. We can generally get to the right outcomes in a very diverse world of stakeholder perspectives and tribal perspectives. Now where we are. From next slide is really where we are from a progress perspective. And I'll kind of walk you through the garden a little bit. That's how I go to Subway a lot, so that's how I think about the salad bar there. But I'll start. We really have 3 product lines from a site cleanup perspective. The first product line is our tank waste mission, and so for direct feed low activity waste, we're really getting geared up to get back into melter heat up. We started melter heat up in October, had an issue, which I think I talked about at the last board, where there was indications on the heater power supply that we didn't like, and the crew did the right thing. And of course it happened on a Sunday evening late. So, which is when most things happen. Most sea stories started. There I was in the middle of the night, but this was reality there. And the crew did exactly the right thing. So that was a culture check that I've talked about before. Tom and the team are working very hard. And Val McCain, Chris Music, Rick Holmes have done a phenomenal job of working with us, working with their vendors, really going through the troubleshooting to make sure that when we start the machine up the next time, we've increased the confidence that we'll have to go forward. And I think that we're on a good path. And we're going through some testing this week and a little bit next week. I hope to get back into melter heat up within the next few weeks. And my goal is really next week, but the machine will dictate when we get back into it, when it's safe to proceed and the team is ready to move forward. And that's how we're going to continue to operate. Tank side season removal. We've already had 2 campaigns, 380,000 gallons almost ready to move forward when Val McCain and the waste treatment plant team are ready to receive. We expect to get through some final activities that we had planned and have taken a little bit longer than we had planned, but it's a developmental project, but we expect to start the next campaign. The current schedule shows early March. I think the WRPS is working to get back into the next campaign or the next batch in late February. And we'll continue to build on the volume of tank waste that's pre-treated and ready to go over to the waste treatment plant when they're ready. We also have upgrades going on at liquid effluent retention facility. We just went through an operational readiness assessment this week, and I was out briefed today on that. Some work to do, but good progress on the 4th basin and where they're moving with that. Effluent treatment facility, going through major upgrades. And that facility, if you went out and spent a little bit of time there, it's a massive upgrade that they're going through to put all the equipment in place to support direct feed low activity waste, and being done in time to train their crew to be able to go do that. Integrated disposal facility, we have the leachate domes on. Now the 2 leachate collection tanks. The contractor's got a little bit of work to do continued leak testing to make sure it's always good. It's easier to do when it's a little bit warmer. So they'll do that when the liner's a little bit more pliable. And then at the 222S lab, in addition to ramping up for 24/7 operations, we're working through getting a new lab office out there for the additional workers they'll bring on to support the mission as they go forward. And then in the HLW, high level waste, we've gotten good congressional support and funding in the 23 budget. Design will progress towards the resumption of construction, and this will be a design maturation before decision to move into construction. Though Tom and the team are looking at some construction activities that we can do that for the designs that are already completed. So low risk construction will resume at an appropriate time. But that's in a nutshell where we are with the tank waste mission. I would be remiss to say, however, we've got 66 of 76 permits now complete, working with David and his team and Department of Health and their team 10 to go, with a trajectory to complete all those permits this summer. And then we'll be permit complete, ready to move forward into direct feed low activity waste operations when the plant and all the other systems are ready to support that. But a great collaborative effort between the department and contractors and with David and his team. And 76 is a lot of permits. It's a big number and it's a lot of permits. It's because it's a lot of work and everybody's done work really well together to get to that point. So that's for first product line. Second product line is our risk reduction product line. 100K, basin work is continuing, removing debris from the basin, and they're vacuuming and doing some, cutting up some hoses and things that are in the basin, working towards later this year, getting into the dewatering phase, which is another large risk reduction activity that's going on there. The waste encapsulation and storage facility, just this afternoon, I signed off documents that say that the capsule storage pad is complete, and David will get those tomorrow. But also the facility upgrades are completing, and then as I showed you that one picture, the equipment that will transfer those capsules from wet storage into dry is in the mock-up facility now, and some of the limited fabrication of the equipment that will go into the facility later has already begun. So good progress at WESIF. 324, there's still the micro piles along the structure, the 13 that we had planned are all complete. And there's still some vertical and horizontal stabilization activities going on. As you recognize, they're sort of building a building under the building to stabilize it. So when we go in and do the remediation, we don't have any structural moves because the tolerance is on doors. We really don't want to lock a door shut or lock a door open or impact the ventilation system that's so important. And so the team's working way through that. Groundwater, I'm pleased to announce we completed 700 million gallons of groundwater treated so far this year, already on our track to another record year of more than 2 billion treated. We've got 9 wells being placed on the site now because we continue to move. It's not about the number of gallons of water treated, it's about the contaminants that we pull out of the ground. And we continue to move the wells to continue to optimize that process. But that team's, performed superbly. And they and the Tisker team just this week were recognized with a Secretary of Energy Honors Award for their performance last year, which was really exciting to hear. And then we started the retrieval of AX101, which is the last of the 4 AX tanks. And so when that's going to be a longer project, there's a lot in that tank, and it'll take a little bit of a longer time. But we should be getting closer to completion by the end of the calendar year. It'll probably take 12 to 18 months to complete. But that'll be the last AX farm tank, and then we can say we have 2 tank farms fully retrieved, C farm and AX farm, which will be exciting to be able to get to that point next year. And then our third product line is the infrastructure product line, because you can't do the mission without the infrastructure. So we've got the new water plant being constructed, and there's a series of smaller water projects that allow us to get water from the river up into the Central Plateau and get potable water created from that to support not only the activities, but the people. This spring and summer, Bonneville Power Administration will be starting a construction project to, I'll say, refurbish or replace the north loop of our electrical distribution on the site, to enhance the reliability of the site as we prepare for waste treatment plant operations. As you imagine, once you've got 2 melters up and hot and running, you want to make sure your electrical reliability is good. We have diesels at the waste treatment plant, but those really support only the safety systems. We need power from the grid to run the melters. And so this is a project that will be executed through about May of 2025, when we can actually bring that project onto the grid. We also have a lot of IT work going on. We're continually working through cyber activities. And then obviously we continue to support ensuring that our Hanford Fire Department, our Hanford Patrol, and our Hammer Training Center all are ready and equipped to support the mission that they operate. And we have got some work planned for the B reactor. We'll talk more about that as it firms up to work on some upgrades, the repairs to the roof, electrical system work, and some other things that are due for us to be able to maintain that national asset. And I know a capability that's important for the community. So that's sort of the around the horn quickly on the site activities that we're executing today. And we will continue to progress this calendar year to make history of every day as we continue to do. My last slide to get off stage. It really is and continues to be a transformational time as we drive towards the start of tank waste mission with direct feed low activity waste operations. We transition towards 24/7, 365 operations. And it's not just a few people at the waste treatment plant that have to operate like that. It's the site, because there's a deliberate sense of urgency that comes with every contractor and every activity to support that broader mission. It's really a site-wide machine. So we'll continue to focus on that and really focus on the safety culture of our site as we continue to increase the pace, because we have to demonstrate and we'll continue to demonstrate that we can safely operate at higher pace as the pace of the site continues, to make sure that the workforce understands our commitment to their safety. Really a lot of reasons to continue to be optimistic, given the progress that we accomplished over the last few years in a relatively, I'll say relatively, but I think we all recognize a very uniquely challenging time. And we'll continue to work to ensure that in a fiscally constrained environment, that we're optimizing risk reduction per dollar as the best approach to a safe workplace, best approach to a safe community, and the best approach to demonstrating taxpayer value that will continue to support the mission of the site for the long term. I really also want to create the pride in the workforce that's so critical for our success by celebrating successes. And we have a lot to be proud of and a lot to celebrate, because they're doing very important work that's very impactful, and they're doing it at a very, very high level. And so we appreciate all the work that they do. And we'll continue to work through this forum with all of you and the constituents you represent, but also in multiple other venues to continue to talk about the Hanford site and the work we do to raise awareness, build support, and ultimately create conditions for our continued success in the long term. So I hope this short update was helpful, because I could probably spend an hour on each of those slides and not get to the end. But I appreciate the continued engagement and your support in the mission. And I look forward to discussing with all of you where we'll be in the Q&A section. So with that, thank you all.
Yeah, thank you, Brian. I'd just like to point out also, we're joined by the Chief of Staff, Pam Zimmerman, and Communications Director, Carrie Meyer. Wave, hi.
Yeah, if you don't know who they are, they are the ones the people that keep all of us in alignment every single day.
Dave Enan, would you like to go?
Sure, thank you. I guess first and foremost, again, I want to thank you all for making space on your agenda for Casey to come and meet with you. Meeting with communities around our work is something that's very important to him, and I just really appreciate that you were able to spare him that time and make that available. Along those lines, I want to thank Brian and his team for the tour this morning and taking time out of their day. I know sometimes they joke about tours are us, but they really do they did a great job, and it was very helpful to, again, help Casey get in it, and Calvin and Kira and others to get the perspective of, a hint of the scale of what we're all working at here. I also want to again reiterate my own thanks and his thanks for what you do, and for volunteering your time, and the fact that you have made a positive difference on Hanford cleanup. You know, one of the, I don't know that we talked about it. I mean, we've talked about it being in progress and stuff, and Brian had a picture of the completed KE safe storage enclosure, but I don't know if that had been highlighted that, yay, verily, it is done. When do movie nights start?
It started, Bill, it was, first of all, it was completed under budget and ahead of schedule. I'm required to say that by contract. But we finished it in October. It was about a year till they completed it. Yeah, and we'll start having movie night. If you've not seen the picture, there'll be movie night at Hanford this summer. It's a great venue for that, so you can look forward to that.
Big, flat, huge area. And again, I don't remember if it's been talked about again at KA area. It was the subject of an ESD, and for KR4, the soil flushing that's gotten started. Again, I don't remember if we've talked about that in previous meetings. You know, and again, a couple things that Casey mentioned, and again, we've mentioned before, you know, EPA's priorities. We look at our CERCLA projects, the groundwater and soil cleanup. That's, you know, kind of how we get to risk reduction, and that's what our TPA program and everything else is geared toward. So, you know, when Brian says risk reduction, I'm thinking CERCLA projects. They're not completely a one-to-one ratio or one-to-one relationship, but there's an awful lot of overlap there. Something else that, you know, you heard about before was the short-term milestones for the Central Plateau. Those were signed off, approved by all three parties last week. So those are on the books, and we're going to start talking about the next set. And then finally, again, you know, earlier today Casey talked about EJ, and there's some questions about environmental justice and some of those new grants. I'm pretty sure that if you look at your emails, you'll see some stuff from Roberto and that went out to the HAB on those opportunities and the fact sheets and some links. So do look for those, and if you need them, let us know, and we'll be happy to send those. So again, thank you for being here, and it's good to see you all.
Just gonna make sure that microphone's picking up. It's lit up. Is that right?
That's right.
Out there?
You got it?
I think so. So I want to echo some of what Dave said. First of all, thanks to everybody who put their name out there for candidacy for the leadership positions. Having been an elected official before, I understand the dedication that goes with that, and the thrill, challenge, and horror that can sometimes go into it as well. So thank you all for doing that, and thanks for everybody being here. It's really an exciting time to be working on this project. You know, there's a lot that's happened and got done. There's a whole lot more to do. And one of the things I found when I came on board to the nuclear waste program was there's a lot of narrative out there, and in a vacuum, when ecology doesn't provide their perspective or fill in the gaps and holes, the narratives can run. So before I actually go through my presentation, I want to talk a little bit about some topics that came up at the issue manager meeting last week. It was regarding, I think, potentially developing some advice associated with grout. There's a lot of energy around that topic and a lot of history in the subject. So I understand it, and it's rightfully so that there's that energy there. But I thought it would be useful to provide ecology's perspective as the discussion continues. I'm not looking to drive the discussion. I just want to get our perspective out there. So first of all, ecology is not opposed to exploring alternative treatment technologies, including grout. Hanford waste is chemically diverse, not easily characterized, and a narrow grout formula is unlikely to meet the needs to handle specific constituents. Given the current knowledge on grout formulas, their durability, specific constituents that need addressed in the geology of Washington State. Disposal of grout needs to be off-site and outside of the state of Washington. And a couple of specific reasons why. You know, a huge part of the cleanup mission is to protect groundwater in the Columbia River, and is evidenced by investment in the extensive pump and treat system and the original focus of cleanup along the river corridor. Protecting the water in turn protects the economy of the region, agriculturally, wine industry, orchards, industrial tourism, et cetera. All of that matters. If there's something that goes wrong on site here, there's something wrong with the water, it impacts the entire economy of this region. And it can actually impact Oregon and Idaho as well. It's not just the region, it can be the entire state and their products. So I wanted to cover that piece. And then there's a little bit about, mixed into the conversation is the billions of dollars of potential savings. And I also understand that folks may feel ecology is being paranoid or you know, overbearing in some areas. And you know, as a regulator, our role is to make sure we keep the safety of the people, the environment, the groundwater, the river, and long-term uses. So, you know, when I read the GAO reports, the NAS literature, and other reports that are relied on as identifying cost savings in billions of dollars, I see two key things missing. All of them use terms like potential, could, may, and note additional studies necessary. And to me, that means, yeah, we should look at it. I really hope we don't put everything else on hold for another 20 years while we're looking at it. We need to continue moving forward and working on projects, taking care of things. And I really hate when my machine says it wants to restart right in the middle of presentation. Since I'm about to be signed out, let's not do that. It's still gonna go. Okay. So, and none of them include cost of transportation and final disposal cost at an appropriate location. And so I'm worried that without that cost in there, does that mean that the idea is it's going to go ahead and be stored here on site? And that's the anticipation, or has it just not been thought of yet? Neither of those are great options. And because of the groundwater situation and the geology we have here. So, you know, either way the treatment gets done, I think there's, you know, 80% of the waste on site can probably be treated as low activity waste. There's processes to get there, but we still have to have a high level waste treatment plant. We need the low activity waste treatment. We need alternative treatments. It's going to be a combination of things. It's going to be a diverse solution. So the ecology has ongoing discussions with DOE and EPA on vitrification, grout, and would discuss any other alternative treatments. The recently published AOA Analysis of Alternatives report and the permitting process for TBI are a couple of examples of where we are engaged. And I already said it's going to require a variety of technologies to get the work done. And we're trying to find it, all three agencies, to identify a safe, durable, and cost-effective way to accomplish the task. It was mentioned last week and again today that TBI wasn't in the fiscal year 2023 budget, and that is technically accurate. TBI is funded in prior year authorization, and there is currently approximately $16 million available for that, and we are told it's sufficient for the pilot project, so no additional request was made in fiscal year 2023. So anyway, those are the things I wanted to make sure were said. I think ecology in the past has been negligent in not filling in that gap, in that vacuum, in getting information out. And I was hired to take care of some of that narrative and to get that information out. So that's that. So let's jump into the presentation. And if I have to, I can look up on the screen. So I made it through that. Perfect. All right. We can skip over the outline since I already took 5 minutes. And let's go to recruitment. Excuse me. So priorities, we've gone from a high of 31 vacancies in July down to 20 vacancies now. 11 of those are in active recruitment. My last record I looked at, I have 82 filled positions. We typically had 87. We had the goal of getting to 93 before all this COVID stuff kind of hit. So we're back on track. We're filling more vacancies than we're losing to retirement, basically, is the biggest reason for it. Knowledge transfer and mentoring the next generation of our team is really critical for our success. And I put a link down here into this slide. So if you go online and get it, you can link to all of our job openings. It'll take you to the Benton County ones. So please check it out or Send it to folks that you know might be interested. Let's go on to outreach and education. Ginger Wireman probably doesn't get the credit she deserves. She made about 1,365 contacts over this last year. There was 5 elementary schools and 5 fifth grade classrooms, along with the McClintock STEM in Pasco, 3 middle school and high school events, a STEM and the Nez Perce STEM Fair in Lapua, 5 service organizations like Rotary in Kiwanis, Yakima Valley Community College, and then Air and Waste Management Association and Washington State Council for the Social Studies was also one of the groups that she presented before. Other outreach, on February 28th, we're going to have another Let's Talk About Hanford, which Ryan spearheaded and is doing really well with, getting great speakers. Topic will be African American segregation and resistance associated with the Hanford site. And then in March, Department of Health will join us for a version of what they do on site as far as the regulatory role. We do have a tri-party agency public involvement survey out. It's open from January 12th to February 17th. So please take a look at that and give your feedback and send it to folks you think might have some. And right now we have 8 presentations booked in 2023 so far. Next one is on budget. Brian did a really nice job of covering the same topics here. You know, we happened to be in Washington, D.C. when the president's budget came out at 2.5 billion, and it got us a little excited. We made some calls, and it got pulled back, which is rare. Typically, that doesn't happen. That it went from 2.5 to 2.7. Which we're really pleased with. And it wasn't just us. I mean, it's everybody working on it. Now my restart says red. So at the end of December, Congress approved its spending bill, including 2.84 billion for Hanford. I'm really appreciative to Congress for that, our senators and representatives as well. I do want to talk about some of the work we're doing on funding to keep the narrative going there as well. In 2022, there were 4 different letters supporting a budget. In August, there was one that was driven here by our local community, and we got that put together. There were 12 signees on it, and the Yakima Nation sent a complimentary letter at the same time. The signees were the state of Washington, state of Oregon, the office of the, I wrote it down over here better, Washington State Commission on Hispanic Affairs, the Tri-Cities Hispanic Chamber of Commerce, Ecology, of course, Confederated Tribes of the Umatilla Indian Reservation, Union Local 598, the Building and Construction Trades, TriDec, Hanford Communities, Columbia River Keeper, and Hanford Challenge all signed on. The message I got in DC was we needed to speak in one voice, and okay, I'll take the challenge. We'll go speak in one voice, and that's what this was supposed to start. Following up with that, the entire Washington congressional delegation signed a letter to the administration looking for more money. The Energy Communities Alliance, associated with TriDec and Hanford Communities, they wrote a letter for all the sites across the nation, and then the Environmental Council of the states did the same thing. So and the idea here is to make a bigger pie, not steal pie from other sites, and let's get the cleanup done. Let's make it a higher priority than it's been. It's been a priority. It hasn't been high enough. All the sites could do more. There is a point where you can only get so many people on site and only do so many projects. We get that. But if we're going to get this done this century, the budgeting needs to go up. And as Brian showed earlier, we're going in the right direction. And we're already hard at work for fiscal year 24's budget. So just know we're out working on it. It's not just what we're doing here on site and between the 2 agencies. Next slide, holistic negotiations continues. Best I can say is we are in conceptual agreement on most everything. Devil's always in the details. So we're, I'm optimistic still that we're going to come to a solution with that. The Central Plateau milestone changes, the tri-parties completed public comment and public meeting on 16 new milestones, including milestones to reinstate 14 suspended existing milestones. So we are developing a responsiveness summary to those comments, likely make a few adjustments and move on with that. Next slide is about, next 2 slides, I think maybe 3 are about compliance activities. So we've conducted inspections, 4 of them at different facilities across the site. Next one is some of the waste treatment units. There was a bulging container at a waste generator, and we did an inspection for a bulging container. Ended up being some Versafoam that got some water in it. Technologies and procedures were put in place to not have that happen anymore, including venting the system so that it doesn't do what it did. We also looked at 241CX tanks in the Hexon storage and treatment facility. Then I'm added, this is a new slide for us. The air operating permit also has some inspections that are required. So 6 different light towers that have monitoring stations on them were inspected, and then 2721 East Building and Yakima Barricade were also inspected. And my restart computer is covering my box. Next slide. Opportunities for public involvement. We don't actually have any public comment periods open right now, which is the first time I've been able to say that in 2 years, but there's one coming up March 13th, April 28th. And it's an agency initiated permit modification regarding SWAT closure plan. And it represents the agreements on the closure plans that we've been working through with US DOE associated with that SWAT closure plan and the site-wide permit. The renewal status was mentioned earlier, I think by Casey. It's all hands on deck right now. We're trying to get everything we need in between the contractors, energy and ecology. Everybody's on board. Issues are being elevated quickly to resolution rather than let them sit for months just because I don't really want to deal with it. And, you know, it's easy to put off the stuff you don't want to deal with and do the easy stuff. We're elevating the hard stuff as soon as it comes up. 9 unit groups are complete or nearly complete, and ecology is tentatively planning to transmit the revised permit renewal for a 120-day public comment period in January of 2024. And I think I made it. Acronyms are next, and then questions. So with that, I just want to close again and just say, you know, I'm going to try and do better about making sure that if there are vacuums in narrative, that I fill them and provide what I know. And if I misunderstand something, I'll take accountability for that and correct the record. But anyway, appreciate everybody's time, appreciate everybody's energy on all of our topics. And Brian, appreciate your acknowledgement of the permitting activity. Stephanie, my deputy program manager, mentioned earlier this week that you guys have a list of open permits, and we're down to like 1 or something out of that 10 that are left. And I'm excited and thrilled that that's where we're at.
All right, thank you. So we've got about 25 minutes for questions for managers. The reason for that is at 6:45, we will take a hard break to check for public comment. And I didn't see the order the cards came up in. So Tom, why don't you go? And then Jeff. And if you're online, let us know in the chat if you have a question or want to jump in.
Thanks, Ruth. And wow, there were great presentations by all 3 organizations tonight. I wanted to compliment all of you on the first month of the calendar year, the 4th month of the fiscal year. We have a number of accomplishments already that we've talked about and a couple of reports that were issued this month. And that's good news to start the calendar year off. Thank you. I have some questions about several of them. Brian, one that you mentioned earlier on the melter status. Is it a fair statement to say that DOE is well aware of what the issue was on the melter problem, and we're just working through the procedural startup activities, or are there still questions about that?
Well, I'd say, you know, we have a good feel for the state of there's 3 power supply circuits that support the melter. One is for startup. That was the one that had the initial problems. That is resolved and tested and behind us. The second is the discharge system. You want to maintain the glass molten as you pour it out of the melter to go into the canisters, and that system is a little bit simpler, and it's been verified through modeling. And on the Joule heater power supply, we had a good test run, initial test run to 100% on one of the powertrains that supports the melter 1. We're going through some indications of a little bit of water indications in different parts of that panel or the circuit, just to make sure we understand where they come from. And some of these may have been there for a while. It just ties back to Could be condensation, could be a number of things, but we want to run those to ground. Tom's working with Val McCain to go through some testing on the cooling systems to make sure they look good over the next few weeks or next week or so. And then we should be able to get back into testing. So I would say we do have a picture now. The other thing that I think is important to always talk about is the fact that every time we do something at the waste treatment plant, nobody's ever done that before, right? And so we work very hard to go through startup testing and commissioning tests and de-risk activities downstream as much as we possibly can. But there will be things that we continue to find through the process, and that's what it's intended to do. And I think the team has done a phenomenal job working our way through not only the extent of cause of the first issue, but also looking at extent of condition across the other systems that will all support the melter when it's energized. And we have a molten pool of glass to make sure that we've assured ourselves that when we get the melters hot and they're full of glass, that we'll continue to keep them hot, full of glass for the duration of the mission, which runs multiple years. So the reason we're taking the time now is just to make sure that we're really ready for that next step. And it also provides the opportunity for, again, other parallel activities to de-risk for future commissioning activities, but also really to share the lessons learned with the team so that the team operating the plant learns from every learning experience we have, because there's a next time coming in almost every area. And the process that we've executed, I think, has been very sound. The teamwork has been very sound. The safety culture aspects and the technical conservatism has all been very sound, which are all very good indicators of good progress on the team with the machine. Tom, is there any other thing you'd add to that? Okay.
Good, thank you. And I apologize for getting into a couple of these questions that are a little bit in the weeds. But if I don't ask them now, I probably won't get the opportunity to ask them in a timely fashion. So I'm going to try it for you. I'll try to be brief. There were 2 reports issued this month, and I think they were referred to earlier and by a couple of the presentations. One was the adaptive milestone approach on the Central Waste Complex, or on the Central Plateau. I had 3 quick questions on that. One is, I understand that you'll be looking at the milestones and on a 3-year basis, and making changes that that are informed by various models that you're going to be using to predict the best way to handle them. The question is, number one, each year DOE has to submit a compliant level budget. And will that budget in subsequent years be based on the adaptive milestones that are established in the TPA, or will they be based on a compliant budget to meet the original TPA objectives? Because I see a change between that. If you continue to delay a milestone, for example, then the compliant budget in the next year will be based on the change that you made in the previous year. And I don't quite know how that's going to be handled.
I'll turn that over to Bill. He's the expert on that one.
Weren't the, is it,
Just make sure the red light is on and get close to the mic.
okay, everybody hear me? Yeah. Okay, so I think, let me start off with kind of talking about what the adaptive milestone approach is, and that will kind of lead into the answer. The adaptive milestone approach was basically is an approach that was discussed among the 3 parties, Dave and David, and it's really a better way of basically looking to set the milestones. It's not solely based on budget. There's a lot of other resources that affect milestones. So it's really looking at, of course, resources, and those are everything from people, to equipment, to things that are impacted by supply chain, to those type of activities. We also look about starting work and how work is interrelated. If you start this section of work, does it commit you to do this part of work when you might want to be doing an additional part of work? So it's really meant to be an intelligent thinking approach to how you set the milestones. Looking ahead, you do look at budget, but you also look at resources. You look at compliance. You look at the work impacts and the resource impacts, and you do that. It talks about a 3-year cycle, but that, can be modified if we need to, but it's really looking at, what does it look like as you look ahead? You're trying to make these milestones so they reflect the work you need to do, we're in agreement with the three parties, understanding your resources as you move forward. You're going to submit a compliance budget request. You do that. That's just part of the rules, right? You do that, and it should take into account what you're doing and what you're planning on doing. But the adaptive milestone approach has to take into account other things. So, and one of the big things that we've been talking a lot about is risk reduction. That's also very important to, to make sure that you get those risky projects up front where you need to basically reduce it. So the intent of the adaptive milestone approach, and I got one other thing you kind of mentioned, you did have kind of a series of 3 questions in there, is really intended to look at all those things. You had talked about a series of analytical models, I think is what the term you used. There are analytical models that can be used to help inform the decisions. The analytical models do not make decisions, though. They're just a tool in the toolbox. You'll also be looking at, priorities. You'll be looking at other data sets. You'll be looking at what's been accomplished with work. There may be priorities from us or the regulators that need to be factored in, but there are a lot of things that go into the toolbox that basically address the adaptive milestone approach.
Okay, I think I understand that. Maybe it is because I don't fully understand how you'll handle the 3-year review. Will there be changes in the adaptive milestones every year that lead up to a more formal change every 3 years?
Right now, it's envisioned that you basically get together and you do the next 3 years based on the data you have right now.
Okay.
So you do it on that. And basically you do a 3-year set, trying again to prioritize what's best for the Hanford site, based on the 3 parties' input. So you're trying to look ahead and, as the 3-year window, during that time period, you'll accomplish work. So when you get to the next 3-year window, you have to look again, work you've accomplished, priorities, resource allocation, because those all change. Everybody in the room knows Hanford's extremely dynamic, right? I mean, so that is kind of part of the genesis of, if you will, of that.
Okay, thank you. And one
other bit of follow-up. We're actually going to start some discussions in the next month or so. And we're not going to set new milestones, but we want to be start having those conversations now, so that, and have them done by May or so, because the department has to submit their budget request, and so we want to give them as much information as we can, so that we have a chance, because like you're very familiar with the budget process and when information has to be in and when it kind of leaves all of our hands.
Yeah, it's a complex arrangement.
And so we want to let them have as much information as they can to make that as an informed request as possible.
Okay, thank you. And one other quick question.
Okay, I've got 5 people in queue, so you better be fast.
One quick one. I understand that from the analysis of alternatives report that was just issued also on the high-level waste, that there is an expectation that we're not going to make the 2033 start for that facility. I believe that's correct. If it's not, please tell me, because the question follows is that.
Well, from a schedule perspective, we're driving to deliver the capability as soon as we can. We had talked about 2023 for a long time, December, because that was the previous milestone. We're obviously going through the process now of evaluating the schedule based on where we've gotten through with melter heat up process. And we're looking at some downstream activities as well, because we may resequence some of the testing and the events based on what we've learned with melter 1, because we ultimately have to bring melter 2 on. We have to go through other test program activities leading up through, cold commissioning, which includes simulant additions, things like that. So the overall schedule may adjust. So we'll look at how that will adjust once we start back into melter heat up. The schedule is likely going to push into 24. But at the end of the day, it's premature to dictate the impact of that yet. And we're not going to put any pressure on the consent decree milestones.
Okay, thank you.
All right, I have Jeff and then Mia. Jeff.
Thank you. The question for David with ecology. I think really appreciate your perspective on grout. It helps put that in perspective for us. The question I have is, and most of us, I think, share concerns about the stability of grout down 50 or 100 years from now. But is it possible to be a little bit more specific about whether it's chemical components or radioactive isotopes that present the problem for grout?
You're asking the wrong, I don't have that technical knowledge, but what I can give you my.
And part of the reason I'm asking is that different agencies regulate different components of mixed waste, so it's kind of confusing, at least to me.
Understood. My understanding is about a 10,000 foot level. I'm not down in the weeds, but to date, we haven't been provided a formula of grout that would protect the groundwater in the Columbia River to the extent that glass would. And every indication is it would leach to that groundwater eventually. I'm not going to argue that would it be in a better state in grout? Sure, it'd be in a better state, but then we're just leaving additional cleanup for somebody else to do later. Why not do it all and do it right now?
All right, I've got Mia and then Max, and Mia, then Susan and Max. Mia?
Yeah, I have multiple questions, but I can also go to the back of the queue after asking a few. I don't mind. So Brian, could you tell us about the leak at Tisker from September that was reported in the Exchange Monitor, and kind of talk about what happened and how it was addressed, please?
Sure. You know, we went in to inspect the enclosure following the last batch addition, and there was planned maintenance activities that had to go on and some corrective maintenance as well. As part of the process, there's surveys done and assessments done of the equipment and the systems. Again, it's a developmental project, and it was prudent for us to take a very thorough look at the equipment. Identified some minor leak areas in a couple of the lines at some of the fittings, which is not too surprising given the nature of the equipment and the systems. And then went into both identification of leak, resolution of leak, decontamination of the equipment, and we went through that cycle I think 2 or 3 times. Delmar can provide twice. Delmar can provide a little bit more detail. So there were relatively minor leaks at relatively, small locations with minor contamination associated with it. It was well within the capacity of the team to go and resolve and decon and get us back in the game. Delmar, any additions to that? Red light.
Yeah. Red light means go here.
Quick. I turned it off. Yeah, actually correct. I mean, what we're talking about is this very small tubing that's going to process instrumentation, and really the only evidence of leak was some residue from it. So it was a very, very small volume, but since it is contaminated materials, it did cause contamination. So it basically, in one situation, the cause of the leak we understand was really tied to the shielding around those components, putting a load on the swage lock fitting, and the other one was the initial installation issue. So we think we understand not only the causes, we've got them repaired, replaced all, and at this point, all the decon is complete, and we're moving into the ion exchange process removal.
Okay, thank you. My second question is also related to Tisker. I'm wondering, how does startup testing of cross-site waste transfer lines work? Specifically, how and when will you test moving Tisker treated waste from AP 106 to the law facility?
Hug that microphone, Delmar. Hug it.
I'll get it closer. Yeah, thanks. With the last name noise being loud is not typically a problem I have. Yeah, we've been working the Tisker cross-site lines, got the construction complete. I've been working with WTP, and essentially actually have established the electronic communications to support the transition between tank farms and WTP. So for the very first time, the two systems are working. So we're fully testing those transfer line systems, completing operational testing, and then all the required permitting activities to be fully ready to transfer the pre-treated waste that's in AP 106 to WTP to support commissioning. Right now, we have a blank open spot, so we're disconnected from WTP, so they don't have to implement their safety controls. But when we get ready to operate that little short piece, we'll install and leak test will be the final step for transfer of the waste to WTP to begin the waste treatment mission, and we're looking forward to that.
Do you know when you'll be doing that last piece?
I mean, essentially, the testing and the communication has actually been done. The
Yeah.
system is operational. When we're close to actually doing the first hot commissioning run, we'll make that last connection. Again, when we physically connect them, then it turns on some safety controls and stuff. So while the two plants are physically disconnected, Tom doesn't have to have all of his controls in place. So that'll be at the just before we do operations. Put that last little jumper in and install it. And literally, it's a jumper of about that long.
Brian just answered the question of when. So the previous question and Brian answered for Tom was answered the question of when that is. So that's already been answered. So rather than
Thank you.
All right, we put you back in the queue for your others. Just, we've got 5 minutes till public comment. I've got 5 people in queue. So we'll break for public comment at 6:45 and then come back. And we have a hard break at 7. So Susan and then Max.
Okay, I'm going to change paths and go away from the technical for a minute. Brian, I've been around the site for a while. What's the status on the tank waste contract to ultimately replace Bechtel and Tank Farms?
It is working towards award. Yeah, that's procurement sensitive and we can't talk much about it. The solicitation process is complete. The evaluation process is ongoing, and I really have no direct connection to the process. So it'll be like Christmas for all of us when it comes out the other end of the process and we can all open it up and evaluate it. Yeah.
Well, few of your managers know that I worked on the SCB for the WTP contract.
Yeah.
So I really want to see that thing.
We all really want to see it. Yeah.
That's right. Okay, curiosity rules. Okay, I've got Max, and then I've got Dan Strom and Rob Davis. Max.
Yeah, thank you, Max Woods from Oregon Department of Energy. I always have many questions and I always appreciate the information shared here at these meetings. Since David Bowen, since you mentioned grouting and treatment options, alternatives that are being explored, I thought I'd mention that next week here, the National Academies of Science will be rolling out a presentation looking at supplemental low activity waste treatment options that they've been working on with FFRDC for many years now. State of Oregon, State of Washington will be presenting some comments and thoughts on that report. I would encourage anybody to come to the meetings. It's on the 31st and the 1st of next week, somewhere in Richland, I'm not sure where, not in this room, somewhere else. But to that point, my actual question, and this is maybe another high level question, is the options, David, you talked about offsite grout disposal as a potential one consideration for the future, right? A lot of potentials around that. Are there any conversations or discussions going on with the receiving states, potential receiving states of grouted tank waste at any level between DOE or from state of Washington with either state of Texas with the WCS facility or perhaps Utah with their facilities? I know those are commercial facilities, but it feels like conversations at the high level between state officials might be important to consider for potential future offsite grouted disposal waste in those locations.
You're looking at me, so I'll take the first stab and then we'll turn it over to Brian Vance and David. When it starts going across state like that, the federal agencies have much more involvement in it than we do. We're here to support any of those kind of conversations. So I have not been necessarily engaged with them. You and I both went to the WIP facility, so we've toured that. We're following what's going on in Texas with the legislature and long-term storage, and some of it's private industry and the fight between that's going on there. We're following what goes on in Arizona and New Mexico, but I can't say that ecology is directly as a prime activity engaged in those conversations.
Yeah, I think there's, the department is connected to all the waste sites, whether commercial or government controlled, and, focused on the waste acceptance criteria. And then there's always the political aspects across the nation that the department is very adept at managing. So I think it's a continuing dialogue. We don't see it every day, but there, we know what's happening.
Okay, thank you.
All right. Dan Strom, you're next. Is your question long or short?
I think it's short.
Cool.
We saw that the 22 budget was 2.7 billion, 23 was 2.84. That's an increase of 140 million, a little bit under 5.2%. So that means in real constant dollars, you got a 3% budget cut for 23. How does that affect Hanford plans?
We continue to analyze obviously inflation. It does impact our buying power, certainly. It does impact the progress that we can make year to year. It's a factor that I know at the headquarters level, the CFO's office and our leadership at the headquarters also worried about that and thinking about those types of issues as well. As always, we continue to optimize the dollars we do have to drive the mission to the maximum extent possible. But obviously inflation does have an impact, and we continue to work to mitigate those impacts as much as we possibly can, wherever we can, to keep the project going with minimal risk to the schedules and the deliveries plans. There's not a better answer than that at this point. Yeah.
All right. So we're going to take a breath. Rob and Mia, I see your cards. But I know we have at least one person who wants to make public comment. And the reason I put it here in the agenda was so that the senior managers could hear the public comment too. So Tony Brooks, are you with us?
As a lot of you are aware, I served on the committee for quite a long time, 2 different times, and my term ran out, and so I'm no longer on the committee. But one thing I thought about after I left, we have lots of good engineers, we have lots of good people on regulatory, not much biology. Now, I'm a biologist, so I got together with another couple of biologists, Wayne Glines and David Hull, and wrote a paper published in the Health Physics Journal called The Radiobiology of Selected Radionuclides in the Hanford Site Tank Waste. So those of you who are on the Tank Waste Committee, the biology of these things is really important in terms of risk. Hydrogen 129, very, very long half-life. Woohoo, bad. No, its half-life is so long that you can't get enough of it in you to do anything. Okay? Specific activity is low, half-life is long, takes pounds. We had studies where they looked at hydrogen 129 in dogs and rats, couldn't do anything with it. Another one, technetium 99, no biological function, clears the body very rapidly, not a problem. So I've gone through and done the biology on a whole lot of these. I think we're focused pretty well on the cesium-137, which is the big problem. And I just recommend, of course, it's good, I wrote it myself. Anyway, it's in the Health Physics Journal. And those of you in the waste tanks, I think, could benefit by reading it. Thank you.
Thank you. Are there any other folks either online or here in the room that wish to make public comment? Anyone? All right, we've still got a couple people in queue and we've got the managers here, so I want you to be able to ask your questions. I will put a plug in for the weekly Thursday update. Ecology said there's a public involvement survey out. In the weekly update, there's a link to that survey. Max talked about the NAS coming in for meetings next week. There's information on the calendar and the weekly update, so you can get more information about their meetings and which room they're actually having them in. So the Thursday update might help you out. So I've got Rob and Mia. Rob.
And the NAS report is on our our Grout IM news line, or whatever you call it. What do you call it? Files?
Yeah,
Yes.
it's in your teams. We also actually have a new space in the Thursday thing for committee. What does Josh call them? Sort of committee updates and highlights. So like
Okay.
when a document comes out that's of interest, we can stick that in there too.
Good deal. So first thing I want to say is, Brian, thanks a lot. I mean, you make a big site seem containable. I commend, I mean, your knowledge of it is great. And I always feel comfortable hearing from you. I think we're focused and we're making progress out there. I can't complain. I mean, I can't pick what I would take away from to add to clean up someplace else. I mean, it's all being used wisely. So one other thing I wanted to say is, for people who didn't make it, but our last committee of the whole meeting, our guys at the table there did a magnificent job. We got presentation on the RECRA Act, that's the Resource Conservation by Ecology. It was a great talk. Go look at the handouts in the website. Yes, go look for the handouts. We also got a CERCLA presentation by Ecology on what's going on with Superfund. We got a tri-party agreement update by Ecology, and we got some nice discussion from pretty much everybody on those subjects. It was a good committee of the whole, and I know it took a lot of effort, and you guys did good. I think it was appreciated, and like I said, they're great references. I think the thing that I really wanted to talk about was kind of an obscure thing I read in the paper about the governor of New Mexico saying that after this permit cycle, she would no longer allow true waste to be disposed of in her site. And I know their attorney general has also said that they only want to take waste from Sandia and maybe Lawrence Livermore someplace. But that's really going to affect us, because 10 years, we're not really ready to really ship out our true waste until then. Till what, 2035, 2036, something like that, that we're going to be doing our true waste transfers, or really be the bulk of it. So I really, I know, reading further, the governor basically wants to force DOE to start looking for other places to put this stuff. Is this something that we should start worrying about? Because we have a lot of true waste, and we can't keep it here. And it just seems like this kind of went over our heads, and I haven't heard very much discussion about it at all. And correct me if it's just stuff I read in the newspaper or Weapons Complex Monitor or that. So let me know.
Again, that's a conversation that's happened at the very highest levels of the department and the state of New Mexico. I don't have insights into those types of discussions, but I know those discussions are being held. I think it's always, if you have concerns, just like any other concerned citizen, it's appropriate for you to voice those concerns. And if there's a means for this body to express their concern, there's processes that can support that as well. So, I think we always have to look at the downstream longer term view, because Hanford is not a short-term mission. We're going to be here for decades. We have a lot of work to do to continue to move the mission forward. And all of those discussions at the national level, at the state level, at the local level have meaning. And the Hanford Advisory Board is a good place for those types of concerns to be brought together, and concerned citizens and members of the board to provide advice and concerns to the department. And so that's helpful when you can share those concerns with us.
Mia.
Yeah, Brian, could you give us an update on the status of the pre-treatment facility?
On the pre-treatment facility, it looks a lot like it did in 2012. The technical issues are resolved, and so there's no technical issues remaining up to the point of that design of the pretreatment that was halted basically at the time when construction was completed. We do continue to preserve the asset, not only the physical asset, but also the intellectual property and the design materials that support it. But that's at this point, that's what we're funded to accomplish by the Congress, and that's all we're doing.
What do you mean by the asset? Preserve the asset, sorry.
Well, the physical,
The structure.
the structure and the equipment and components that were purchased in the early 2000s are all being maintained so that at some point, depending on the decisions made in the future, they would still be useful. And then from a design perspective, the design's being maintained as it was. We're not progressing the design beyond the point where the technical issues have been resolved at this point, and we're really not funded to do that. So we're just maintaining it as it, I guess, from a physical perspective where it stood in 2012, and from a design perspective where we stopped when the 2016, 17, 18 timeframe when we completed the technical issue resolution.
Okay. My other question is going back to DF law, and you talked about the joule heaters and the excess water found. And in a recent DNFSB report, they said the largest amount was several hundred gallons, which sounds like a lot more than just condensation. So I'm wondering kind of where that water is coming from, why is it building up in that area, more details on that.
Yeah, those are two different issues. The one issue with the water that the Defense Board identified was related to the off-gas system. The water I'm talking about was minor indications of water in the joule heater power supply system, really the structure around the joule heater power supply system. Tom, you want to give a little bit update on off-gas?
Yeah, and I would just clarify that the Defense Board reported on it. The team itself, actually the Bechtel team itself, found the holdup of water in the off-gas system. We have gone through a number of, again, going through a very methodical process, a number of tests to ensure we understand it. It's coming out of our caustic scrubber where we have got some additional changes we're going to make. And that'll go back into service. We're actually finalizing that testing this week, and we'll go back in to make the final fixes and be ready for a heat up when we get there. So it's just a part of the process of moving through the cycle of startup. We're going to find, as Brian already noted, we're going to find more of these, and we're going to methodically work our way through them. But it's something that's, I'll say, wasn't as expected, but is to be expected to be found as we go through it. Not necessarily this one, but more challenges.
But did you identify why water was building up?
Yeah, it's coming from the caustic scrubber. So we have a caustic scrubber. It's coming out of the caustic scrubber, and then the auto drain that's supposed to drain the water wasn't functioning as intended. So the water wasn't being drained through the auto drain, and therefore it was building up in the piping.
Thank you.
All right. Jeff, did your card go back up?
Yes, it did.
Okay,
If that's okay.
that's okay. You get the last question.
Okay, I just had, a list of questions from some other members of the Oregon Hanford Cleanup Board. Ken Niles, you might remember him. His question was, could you provide an update on the 200 area burial grounds?
I don't know what that really means. They're there. Is there a specific issue or concern or a question tied to about the burial grounds?
I think he's looking for an update on characterization and groundwater monitoring in that area. And are there any remedial actions planned in that area in the future?
Bill, yeah, I don't know of anything specifically new to talk about there.
Yeah, I don't, in terms of the groundwater monitoring, I don't think we've seen anything out of the ordinary in that area. So I don't think there's anything there based on our last groundwater results, or that would have come up. And, I don't think there's any activity at this point in time.
No, if there's more specifics, we'd be happy to answer. We just,
yeah, if
I'm not
there's
sure what you're asking.
Specific question with the scope of work, we can definitely go there.
Okay, thanks.
All right, so let me give you, Chris, before I go to you, I want to comment on his question. he was bringing a question forward from a member of the people he represents. As a clue to you for tomorrow, we're going to have a short session on examples from you about how you interact with the people you represent here at the table. So put that in your brain. If you have examples, you're going to be asked about it tomorrow. Okay, Chris, you can have the last question.
Yeah, I think he might have been talking about the status of trenches operable units such as WA1, SW2, EA1, and so on and so forth. I would guess that's the status he is asking about.
Okay. Yeah, I think, we're progressing those, as normal. I mean, there's not anything without, if he's looking for a particular, general status, I'd say that things are going as scheduled. I mean, is there, without a specific topic, it's guess it's kind of hard to answer.
Well, I think a lot of those are covered under the milestone, in 3 years, we'll reschedule them, another 3 years, we schedule them. I think a lot of those on the 200 area, in the 200 area are covered under those delayed milestones.
Yeah, I mean, generally, if you're.
But I'm just guessing at
Yeah.
from what Jeff said.
As kind of a general statement, there's a series of milestones that have been put into abeyance and a series of short-term milestones we just signed off. As we move forward with the adaptive milestone approach, which may be where he's going, those come into negotiations in the 3-year cycles that we're talking about. And, we're starting, as David indicated, to have those meetings to start to discuss them. So at a general level, depending on which ones he's looking for with specifics.
Okay, thanks for humoring us newbies.
Yeah.
All right. So what we're going to do is we're going to take a break, and at 7:15, you're going to talk about advice on cleanup priorities from the HAB. So for those that have not yet had our advice process experience, it starts after the break. We're going to put it up on the screen. All right. So here on our last little bit together, for those of you who are new to the board, welcome to the draft advice development process. The cleanup priorities advice is one of the things that the board has done almost every year of its existence. It's changed a little in character and format, but Chris is going to walk you through the approach for doing the advice this year. Mr. Sutton.
This is the third year I've been involved with cleanup priority advice. My first 2 years, Tom Galeotto was the IM lead, and I supported him. And this year I'm the IM team lead, and I have a number of people who have given me great input so far and are supporting me. So what I'm going to do is show you who's on the IM team. I want to go back a little bit in time and give you a brief review of the cleanup priority advice for 2024. Then talk a little bit about the 2023 through 2027 5-year plan cleanup priorities. This is DOE's 5-year plan and the cleanup priorities they have during that period. Looking at 2025 specifically, the current status of our cleanup priority advice. I mean, where are we in the process right now? What may be different in cleanup priority advice this year than in past years? And this is still being considered and debated within the IM team. So just bear in mind that. And then a timeline for issuing advice. So the IM team is myself as team lead, Denise Jones, Tom Galeotto, Mia Burke, Steve Anderson, Jeff Wyatt, Tom Cecilia, Dan Solitz, and Max Woods. And we have a mix of kind of new people to the HAB in here, some very experienced people in the HAB in here, and some people who are very experienced with cleanup, project management, project control type situations, but not necessarily at Hanford. So there's a good mix of experience between new and old here. In looking at, I'll talk to this mostly. I realize you can't see a lot of the words here, so I'll talk through it. In the 2022 through 2026 5-year plan that DOE comes up with, there were 3 categories of cleanup priorities that were in their plan. There were cleanup activities under tank waste, there were cleanup activities under Central Plateau, and there were cleanup activities for the river corridor. And then in our advice, we added an additional category of indirect or supporting activities. And these were activities that the IM team felt cut across river corridor, tank waste, and Central Plateau. You couldn't, they were applicable to them all. We prioritize the specific activities into 2 levels, critical, and those were activities that the board believed had to be funded in FY 2024 to ensure completion as scheduled. And important activities, and these are activities that the board believes should be prioritized, assuming that funding was available through the congressional appropriations, at least to make significant progress on them or to at least initiate them. What we didn't put in our advice, we didn't address things like MinSafe. And for those of you who don't know what MinSafe is, these are a variety of activities that are designed to make sure that the site and facilities are kept up to safety standards. Even if all work stops, you have to have workers there for maintenance, surveillance of certain things. Your fire protection people have to be there. Your safeguards and security people have to be there. So there's your tank waste, your tank storage has to be kept safe, your tank surveillance, your leak surveillance systems. So there's a number of things that you have to do on site, irrespective of any cleanup work or irrespective of funding. And that's to keep the site in a safe mode. So since that gets funded every year, we didn't put that in the table. That's a given. Similar to certain surveillance and maintenance activities, certain infrastructural support activities, these things are funded regardless of where work goes. And what we did with our actual cleanup priorities is we had some notations after them. We had an I if they were in DOE's 5-year plan. We had an O if they were not in the 5-year plan. O stands for out. And we had A for acceleration of activities. So if an activity, say, was scheduled in 2026 and we thought, geez, we'd like this done in 2024, there would be an A after it. And the next slide gives an example of what I'm talking about. This is one of the tables or part of the table that we used. And this happened to be for the tank waste cleanup. So you can see in column 1 under item, there are things like TWA, TWB, TWC. These don't indicate priorities. They're just identifiers. So that if we need to identify them, we can say, hey, item TWC, blah, 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 blah. Or if there's a comment from, say, DOE or one of the agencies about it, they can refer to the identifier number. In the second column priority level, you can see the first 3 things we called critical, the last 4 things we called important, and a brief description of what they were. And then at the end of them, you can see the A's, the O's, and the I's for these. So this is the format and that we used last year, and in fact, pretty much the year before too. Now, if we take a look at the 2023 to 2027 5-year cleanup plan, these are the activities, the cleanup activities that are listed for 2025. 2025, not the entire 5-year period. One of the differences in this plan, as in the previous 5-year plan, is instead of saying tank waste, Central Plateau, and River Corridor, DOE now optimize them. And you heard Brian Vance refer to this earlier. There are 3 product lines: tank waste treatment, risk reduction, and mission and site infrastructure. So that's how DOE has categorized things this year, and that's how we look at them in our priority. So we'll look at things under tank waste and prioritize them. We'll look at them under risk reduction, say, do they have priority? And mission site infrastructure, we'll look at them. Now, one other thing that's kind of important to note too, and although I haven't listed them, if we look at the 2024 work that was planned in the 2023 to 2027 5-year plan, in 2024, there were 12 cleanup activities that were listed in that plan. 12. 10 of them were due to be completed in 2024, and 2 were to be initiated in are to be initiated in 2024. Now, it's important to note that if any of those 10 that are due to be completed slip schedule and slide, they will carry over into 2025. They won't just stop. They'll carry over into 2025. And that means that some of the activities that are listed here for 2025, especially the ones that say initiate, those could slip a little bit, possibly into 2026 or possibly later into 2025. So what we have, what is in the plan for 2025 depends on what actually gets completed in 2024. And we don't know that. DOE doesn't know that. The regulatory agencies don't know that. So we assume that everything in 2024 will go as planned and scheduled. Now, as far as the current status of 2025, where does our priority advice stand? We had an IM team call in December to get input on the format and some initial thoughts on the content of our 2025 cleanup priority advice. The format meaning, did we want to continue with the table format? Do we want to try something else? And as far as input, what are the thoughts given the 5-year plan or people's own personal knowledge and what they think ought to be advanced or put in 2025? So the 9 members of the team, we went round robin and got input from all 9, well, not my input, but everybody else's input, all 8 members of the team on both the format and initial thoughts on what the priority advice should contain. Based upon that team, a first draft has been written and distributed back to the IM team for comments and input. I've received back comments and input from approximately half the team, and based on that, a second draft advice has been written. And depending on comments that we get or suggestions or discussions from this meeting here, that will get incorporated in that revised first draft advice too. And then that'll go back out to the IM team. Now, here's the timeline. Here's the general format and thoughts of our cleanup priority advice. We're retaining the table format, but we're revising it, we're modifying it somewhat. But you will see tables with the work activities and the priority. We're prioritizing cleanup activities under the general categories right now of tank waste treatment and risk reduction and mission site infrastructure. We're retaining the category of indirect and supporting activities. And although I don't have it on this slide, we're also having a category of suggested accelerated cleanup activities. As we have in previous years, we're not listing work activities such as those in MinSafe, surveillance and maintenance, safeguards and security, et cetera. However, we are stressing, and it will appear not in the table, but in the text above the table, that DOE continued to prioritize worker safety, public safety, and so on and so forth. And this is a given, but as you heard Brian this evening, that was his first bullet on one of the slides is worker and public safety. So we want to make sure that we prioritize, we emphasize that that is an imperative activity to continue. And there are words to that, exactly to that effect. Now, one difference between this year and last year is we're only indicating cleanup activities, at least so far, although there might be some discussion on this going forward, that are considered to be critical in the IM team's opinion. We're not listing important activities. And the reason is because irrespective of the 5-year plan, there are numerous activities going on site, cleanup activities that are important. They're funded. A really good example of this is the newsletter that was sent to everybody on the HAB about accomplishments in EM. And one of those accomplishments was the retrieval of special fuels, SNS, special nuclear fuels canisters, 7 of them on site here with cooperation between CHPR, or the Plateau Cleanup Company, and HMIS, where workers from both teams combine in order to retrieve those. That hasn't appeared in any of the 5-year plans, yet it was important enough to be mentioned in the EM's newsletter that was sent out on activities. There's a lot of important activities like that that go on that are beneath the radar screen as far as the 5-year plan goes. And that's one reason why we decided not to list important activities this year. There's just too many of them going on. We're debating how best to indicate cleanup priorities that we recommend to be accelerated. Now, in past years, when we've recommended that cleanup activities be accelerated, one of the responses we've gotten back from DOE is, well, we don't have funding to do it. And that's correct. If you don't have funding to do it, you can't do it. So what we're debating is, how do we indicate something that we would really like to be accelerated in terms of trying to help DOE get additional funding? How do we present this in a way that DOE can use to either submit to EM headquarters and hence upward to the Office of Management and Budget that can indicate that our constituencies feel this is important enough to put it in an advice like this? So we're still talking through this, but we want to try and do that, realizing fully that if you can't get funding, that you can't do extra work. So we're trying to help DOE get extra funding. And we're considering, as opposed to the past, a very short, easily readable and understanding advice letter, especially for if we send it to congressional delegations or they go to the governors of Oregon and Washington, as HAB advice does, that it's understandable and it doesn't appear down the weeds to them. So we're going to go with a kind of a different advice than we have in previous years. Shorter, to the point, and not down the weeds, but we're going to back it up with justification and tables in case anybody needs to go there to see why we said what we said. And we're talking through that as well too. So the timeline that we have for issuing this is we had our first IM team call on December 13th, 2022. The first draft advice went out to IM team for input on January 9th. I've received comments and input from the IM team on that first draft advice, and I've submitted, not on January 2nd, but I submitted kind of a 1A advice back to the team and received some comments back on that. We're having a discussion here tonight with open forum questions and discussions. I plan on going out on February 7th and 8th to the PIC and the tank waste committees to have more specific discussions and get input from the PIC and the tank waste. And that will actually be presenting a draft advice and going through it, not talking through it generally. HSEP and RAP, probably I'll send a draft advice to Tom, Cecilia, but Tom's on the IM team, so he knows very well what's going on and has responded back with input. And to Becky Holland, who's the committee chair for HSEP, ask her for input on anything having to do with, she feels important, from public safety and worker safety, environmental safety, to put in the draft advice. Now, for the rest of it, I talked to Ruth. The operations work group that Tom, Cecilia and I talked about earlier today, there was a discussion yesterday and certain developments that kind of caused Ruth and all of us to take a look at schedules again. And that is, DOE headquarters has a deadline for when they'd like to approve certain types of documents coming from each site advisory board. And working forward from that means that we have to have these documents in a form presentable to the HAB for consensus approval, submission to DOE and the tri-party agencies for their approval, so they can subsequently go to DOE headquarters in time. Given the work that's going to go in there and the number of meetings that's going to have to go, Ruth and I talked a little bit earlier today. Instead of having the BCC team finally consensually approving the advice on March 8th, we talked about moving it toward the end of March. That eases the schedule up both for the operations work group team and for BCC. That means we can probably fit in an IM call to discuss items on a person-to-person basis rather than through emails and marking up advice somewhere in the middle of March. So this timeline will be revised a little bit. However, we still have to get approval through the BCC, consensus approval through the BCC, so we can get it to the HAB board for consensus approval on the April 19th to April 20th. Now, the reason we want to get it approval there is, as was mentioned earlier, the budget cycle for DOE, they're going to send the work that they want to be funded to headquarters sometime in the spring. May was mentioned. So we want to be sure that this advice gets to DOE so that it can get into the DOE budget approval cycle. So we have a very good start based upon the comments that I've gotten back from the IM team. It doesn't seem that there's a lot of issues, but there are some clarifications that we need to do. And I think given what we've heard a little bit tonight too, in the way of presentations from the agencies and from DOE, there's some things we might want to consider adding to our advice. Talking to Rob a little bit, he has a couple thoughts on the tank waste end of things that kind of dovetail with some of what we heard from DOE and the agencies tonight. So there will be some things that I believe we consider going forward that we haven't really talked about yet. And that's really about what I wanted to say tonight. So if there's questions or discussions, have at it, although it's the end of the day.
That's right. Or the beginning of the night. I've got Dan Solitz in queue. Dan.
Yes, thank you. Thanks, Chris, for that really comprehensive coverage of the whole process. Everybody's done a lot of really hard work. I'm speaking now on behalf of the PIC, and I have a question, I guess, to start out with Ruth. Ruth, is if the PIC wants to do an IM team on the budget advice, do we do that at this meeting or at the February 7th meeting?
If the PIC wants to form an IM team, it would form it at its committee meeting typically the full board wouldn't create an IM team for a specific committee.
Well, the reason I ask is because what I think I'm hoping that the people ask for is a more clarification and a better budget for the Hanford Advisory Board itself.
Oh.
And also for public involvement. And
You know, Dan, I think you were on last year's IM team for work priorities for 2024. And
yes.
we had a supporting activity that basically said that given DOE's expansion of the HAB with more members on the HAB, and given the priority from DOE for increased inclusiveness and diversity on the board, and given what we've heard from DOE and the agencies, and this was last year, on more outreach, we need more money. The PBS for community funding needs more money. That way, more of it can flow down to the HAB. And we put that in there, but again, that's a purely budgetary thing. And DOE didn't actually get more money, I don't believe, or minimal amounts of money in that activity this year. So that might be something, that might be advice, a better advice rather than a work priority. That might be better advice coming from the PIC, as it's related to work priority, but it's a little different category itself. And you might consider forming an IM team around that, and around more money for outreach and things like that. That would be my suggestion. In other words, I'm passing the buck.
Well, yeah, I appreciate that, and you guys can be in the IM team, the BCC IM team can be some assistance if to get us up to date on the work breakdown structure, and the PBS figures, so that we know where we're starting from as far as getting a budget for the PIC.
You know, and I can ask Gary and Mike, now that DOE, we know that DOE is funded for 2.84 billion. We can ask them, can they give us the breakdown by PBS? Because I haven't seen that yet. I've seen the 2.84 in the Omnibus Appropriations Act, but that didn't give it by PBS. So maybe that's something we can get from Mike and Gary, because that would certainly be useful information to have going forward.
Okay. Yeah, and I think it's good advice, just good advice to have the PIC have an IM team that writes their own advice on HAB and PIC budget. That makes more sense. And I think we can still fit it in with the timeline and have a product by the 1920s. So everybody out there at the HAB meeting and on the phone, please think about joining the IM team and for budget, for expanding the PIC and HAB efforts, because it's really necessary to get more money for the future, which is going to be almost double, and also to pass the word along to future generations that what we got here is what we got here. We need to let them know how to deal with it. Thank you.
All right. We have 22 people online right now, so there's more people here than you can see. I've got Rose and Tom Galeotto in queue. Rose?
Yeah, I just actually had a really simple question on the timeline that you had up there. You didn't really say when you wanted or when all of this advice, when this advice letter had to be finalized. Do you have a target date for when you want to have everything put together? Because I didn't see that. Maybe I missed it.
Well, it's number 10. Originally, I said March 8th. That would have been the review and consensus approval by the BCC committee. It has to have that consensus approval before we can pass it on to the HAB for consensus approval by the HAB. And that would have been at the April 19th, 20th board meeting. What I want to do is I want to try and move that March 8th date back a little bit for reasons that I said toward the end of March and have the BCC final consensus on that toward the end of March, and then we can pass it on to the HAB. Now, another reason for doing that is if you look between March 8th and April 19th, that's 7-week gap. And that's a lot of time that's spent with just an advice is sitting on someone's desk. And I felt that if we move the March 8th date back a little bit, then there's a little bit more time for discussion, a little bit more time for input, but before we have to finalize it at the BCC level and pass it on.
Yeah, so I rephrased my question. When is the target date for it to actually go to DOE is what I was, isn't this, you said this is our letter.
If it gets consensus approval by the HAB at April 19th to 20th, then as soon as the final letter gets formatted, it can be sent to DOE.
Okay.
So in theory, immediately, in practice, a couple days.
Okay,
a
no,
week.
that's what I was wanting to know, what that actual target was for. Okay, thank you.
All right, I've got Tom Galiotto and then Tom Cecilia.
Thanks, Ruth. Just for clarification, Ruth, is it 2 weeks before does the packet go out for a full HAB meeting 2 weeks in advance of the first date?
Right, so for the April board meeting, you should be getting the agenda and the draft advice and any other documents on April 5th, which means my deadline, just so that we can get it all straight, is Monday, April 3rd. That gives us a couple of days to figure out that we have everything or we have to track something down.
So just, Chris, I'm sure you're aware of that, but so that we have to really finish everything and give it to Ruth by April 3rd.
April
Right.
3rd.
So if we have our last BCC meeting in late March, then we have a week and a half, something like that, to give it to Ruth.
Yeah.
And
so if you target
I'll be revising this timeline and I'll stick that in there.
Right,
I totally forgot about that.
And to help Gary, because he hasn't heard about this yet, we were talking about a virtual meeting, not an in-person BCC meeting to deal with the advice. Budgets and Contracts Committee.
And Ruth, a couple other quick explanations to supplement what Chris said. Is there any date, I guess Gary's not here, but maybe Mike knows. Is there any date established yet for the DOE public meeting on fiscal 25 cleanup priorities? It's usually in this time. Oh, there's Gary. It's usually in this time frame.
Tom, thank you for that question. As soon as we do have that date locked down, we will make sure that the HAB is aware of that.
Okay, and how it will impact, Chris, our efforts is that this meeting may be held before we get the final approved version out of the HAB or after.
Well, I looked at last year when they gave it, and they actually gave it in October. The 2024, I believe, was given. Well, there are two different things. Ecology gave one, I think, because DOE wasn't ready. Anyway, it was either in the summer or in the early fall.
Well, I'm remembering that it was like in May, but that date varies a little bit from March to May, usually for DOE to give the public meeting. And sometimes it's before we get our advice finalized, sometimes it's after, but in either case, we have to shoot for the time frame that Ruth just talked about.
Right. Well, Ryan's been kind of waving at me. Ryan, do you have something to add?
Yeah, Chris, I think you're talking about the cleanup priorities meeting last year first, when that was. I think that was in April or May last year. And I wanted to share that the cleanup priorities public meeting is tentatively, we're looking at March 6th right now, but that should be finalized in the next week or two. So don't quote me on that right now, but we're looking around that time frame.
Okay, and that's great information, Ryan, because that may be close to being in time for us to factor some things in after that public meeting. So we'll have to consider
Yeah,
that.
especially if we have things later on in March.
Right.
That gives us 2 to 3 weeks.
Right, right. And the other, Chris mentioned that we're considering adding a section to the front of the advice this year, which we haven't had before. Usually I think it's background and then advice. Usually there's 2 sections in the advice that we issue. We're thinking, based on some comments that Chris got from the IM team earlier, we're thinking that it might be a good idea to summarize the key points of the advice item, the cleanup items, mainly, so that people like our delegations and maybe others at headquarters don't have to read through 7 pages of a document. They can look at the first 2 paragraphs and really get a gist of what the key point for cleanup is being prioritized for. So that, I think Chris mentioned the front end, that we're still talking about that. It may or may not happen, but it might be worth you all knowing in advance that there may be this extra section in this year's.
And when we talk to the individual committees, we will give you a copy of the draft advice so you can see, because that way it should be pretty much through the IM team with no major issues left to debate, and you can see what it is and what the format is.
Right. So we checked in with DOE and ecology. Dave Enan, let's check in with you, and then I've got Tom, Cecilia, and Q.
I guess my request is, as I mentioned earlier, there's not a one-to-one relationship between, the cleanup projects, the regular, remedial projects that we do, and the risk reduction business line. So I just want you, as you develop your advice, I'd like you to keep in mind that there is not a one-to-one. And so, remember that the cleanup's got to happen in total, not just the risk reduction things, the Pyrex tunnels or the cesium capsules. It's not just those that have to happen, right? There's a whole bunch of projects. So I just want you to remember that, and not deprioritize the total cleanup, looking at just certain projects.
Okay.
All right. And Ryan typed in the chat, I know not all of you are online, that the budget priority meeting, cleanup priority meeting last year in 2022 was on March 15th. It was in that March timeframe. Tom, Cecilia, thank you for waiting.
Hey, thanks. So just interesting that cleanup priorities meeting is going to be during committee week, so we have no excuse not to go. But wanted to sort of clarify, I think by the time we get to committee week, the format of the advice will be generally agreed by the IM team, but every committee has the chance to weigh in on the content of the actual priorities. The folks on the IM team have tried to represent, I'm the chair of the River and Plateau Committee, so I've tried to brainstorm some topics from our work plan. That's different. There might be new ideas that come out of the River and Plateau Committee meeting during that March committee week that gets added to the advice to be considered for consensus and through the IM team. So it will be a framework to which the committees can speak. So on that note, when that does get distributed in February after the Tank Waste Committee and HSEP meet, my dog really likes to talk during the HAB, sorry. RAP members should read it as well. And if you see things that are missing, let me know and we can talk about it during the March RAP meeting as well.
So the PIC, the Public Involvement Committee, and the Tank Waste Committee are meeting in February, in early February. The Health Safety Environmental Protection Committee, HSEP, doesn't have a meeting scheduled, but there is a committee call date in late February if they wish to have a call for their purposes or for the budget, the cleanup priorities advice as well. And then in March, the River and Plateau Committee is meeting, and we'll work out when the Budgets and Contracts Committee are meeting. So if I will ask you tomorrow, committee chairs, if you need a call or a meeting to speak up so that we can work on the calendar and get things scheduled for you. Mike.
Red light means go. I was encouraged to hear the discussion about outreach. We talked about outreach a couple times during this, our time together today. If you recall, for the folks that were here when I hopped on in about June timeframe, there were 3 areas of emphasis shortly thereafter that I'd asked you to consider. One was orientation. You did it. Congratulations. And I've am pleased that you continue to feed new folks information, to have that knowledge exchange. The other was operations. You're doing that operations work group, spending some time looking at the documents and the work that needs to be done there. And the last one was outreach. So I'd encourage you to continue to have those discussions about what that looks like. We'll talk about it a little bit tomorrow. There'll be some flavor of that in item 16 on your agenda. So as you go home tonight, what I'd like you to think about also is sharing what information you may have about how you're sharing information from the HAB to your constituency and how that's coming back. We heard a little bit of it today, but more there is going to be helpful to the HAB as a whole. So thank you for that. That's the last thing I have to offer this evening.
All right, I've got 2 cards and 4 minutes. Jan and then Tom.
So going over the dates in March, it seems to me we have had recent conversations that suggest that the committee of the whole was going to be on the 7th or the 8th, depending on which one of those days was going to be nailed down for the committee of the whole and the RAP committee. So I heard today, right, that the committee of the whole is going to be on the 7th, that you've secured a site.
Right, we had to secure a bigger meeting room.
That's nice. And then therefore, the RAP committee is going to be on the 8th and the BCC committee was originally announced to be on the 6th. So we're talking about the 6th, 7th, and 8th. Is that correct?
Yes, and the BCC meeting may be moved. So it may be committee of the whole on the 7th and RAP on the 8th and operations work group on the 9th is how it's shaping up as of what I know at this moment.
And so the designation for the 6th for the BCC is in abeyance.
We're still working on that one.
Okay, so I'm going to take that off. Okay, thanks.
Tom, last question. Hug that mic.
So sorry for talking so much. One general question. One of the reasons that we had established this approach for the HAB meetings this year is to try and draw in the public in the evening session that we're now in. And is there any, just out of interest, is there any tally that we have that we know how many members of the public have joined us tonight? Have we tallied that?
We have a public sign-in sheet. You want to run?
Well, it's okay. You don't have to do it now. So we have that record.
We have, so we ask when people sign in, there's a board member sheet, an agency sheet, and a member of the public sheet. They're actually color coded back there. So we are collecting that information.
It'd be nice to know that.
I just don't know what it is at this moment. Yeah. And in your meeting minutes, the back page has, who came to the meeting. I nag you about signing in, and those are categorized by agencies, members of the public, and HAB members as well. And actually there are stars for, did you come in person or did you come in online? So we're slicing and dicing the data. We are at 8 o'clock. You've been here for the better part of the afternoon and tonight. Mr. Birkenbeil, Madam Chair, would you like to wrap it up?
That's my responsibility. We're adjourned. See you tomorrow.
At all.